Good afternoon, everyone. We are live from the baseball field here at Saddleback College down in beautiful Mission Viejo for the final regular season game between the Saddleback Bobcats and the Hornets of Fullerton College. I'm Albert Robles, and beside me is Edward Ford and Mark Pavlovich. Mark, how you doing today?
I'm good. It looks like a great day for baseball, Albert. I mean, a little overcast, sun's out, and two teams that are going to try and get ready for next season. Really, when you look at it, both teams had a down year this year.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of injuries pretty much all across the 3C2A. Saddleback, of course, no exception to that. They, of course, made the younger brother of Rod Barajas, Jace Barajas, also a catcher, a pitcher this year, and, of course, he is starting on the mound for the Bobcats. And, you know, looking at his stats, he's actually been one of the better pitchers for Saddleback College. Looking at his statistics here, where did I see it? Across 54 innings of work, he has an ERA of 2.63. That's third best on the team.
Yeah, I mean, really, when you look at ERAs this season, especially with these two teams, Albert, I guess it's just a hodgepodge. Pick a number, and that could be an ERA of either staff.
Absolutely, and actually, like, when I say third best, I really mean second best, because technically, Min Jun Cho has an ERA of 0, but that's just one inning of work. Then there's Jack Gallison with 24 innings and an ERA of 2.22. And then with the 54 innings of work is Jace Barajas with the 2.63 ERA. So really, he's pretty much the guy on the staff. Leading things off for the Hornets is number 21, Dylan Anderson, playing left field today. First pitch swung on and missed.
Anderson doesn't do too bad out there, batting .311 this season.
Second pitch finds the zone, 1-2. Barajas off to a nice start here. Next pitch just misses, 2-2.
Albert, this is a huge ballpark. I mean, you look at it, 328 down the line, right field line.
And then 400 out to dead center.
337 and left. I mean, you know.
Full count to Anderson. The payoff from Barajas. Taken for ball 4. So a leadoff walk here by Dylan Anderson is going to bring up number 1, Jake Larson, playing second base today. Larson batting .331 on the season. Way outside for a ball. Conservative lead over at first base by Anderson. Kind of getting a feel for Jace.
Yeah, I was going to say if Baum was going to send anybody, make things a little different.
Up the middle, past the diving Palmares. And that's going to be a base hit for Jake Larson. Going first to third is Anderson, so we got runners on the corners. And nobody out.
Heads up running by Fullerton. I mean, and that's the thing you want to look at is, got nothing to lose today. You might play a little, you know, more rec ball today when you think about it. Coach Baum's already won his 100th game this season, chasing Nick Fuscardo and then Mike Scoba.
Here's Luke Viola playing third base for the Hornets here today. First pitch out of the zone for a ball.
Nick's probably on the golf course today. Good day for golf. He's over playing there. Oh, Ed Ford just saw him. He's on the tee. Right by Saddleback College here.
Second pitch delayed, called strike, 1-1 to Viola.
Over 650 wins for Nick Fuscardo in his career at Fullerton.
Outside, 2-1.
So Coach Baum's got a ways to go.
Viola batting .359 this season. Looking for something to hit. Just clips the zone, 2-2. Sun starting to peek out a little bit beyond those clouds.
And it's interesting, we were doing softball the other day. We saw a ball get away from the catcher at Cypress College, Tina Payne, and I mentioned going down low for catchers, and Albert said, well, when we get to come down to Saddleback, you'll watch a young man behind the plate that almost sits flat.
Hit out to right field. And an excellent job there by Jacob Beauchesne to record the out and keep the runner from advancing. So one away here in the top of the first, still runners on the corners. Barajas looking to escape an early jam here.
He needs to watch out for Schmidt. Schmidt this season's got a slugging percentage of .543, Albert, for this team.
Schmidt, of course, the DH today. Little pop-up out to center field. That's Derflinger with the catch, but certainly far enough to bring in the runner. So a sacrifice fly for Trevor Schmidt.
Yeah, it was a 398-foot pop-out, which was nice, so that's why he got in back there. That thing just kept floating. I thought Schmidt was going to make me a prognosticator when I said the slugging percentage is.
So two away, Larson still on first. Ball skips away, but in front of Rod Barajas. So Larson holds at first.
And, of course, when I brought up the thing about Barajas being down low, I mentioned Tony Pena the other day, who could lay out flat behind the plate when he played professional baseball. And Barajas, Albert, you've seen him a lot. I mean, he always seems to drop one of his two legs, either to the right or the left, and actually just puts the leg flat on the ground.
Oh yeah, it's an interesting thing. He'll usually it'll be like, depending on which hitter is up, he'll fly out the opposite leg and like just get really low on the ground. 3-0 pitch down the pipe, strike one. So 3-1 count here to Eric Polanco. Popped up. Making the catch out in right field is Jacob Beauchesne. So that's the final out here in the third. Jace Barajas escapes the early runners on the corners jam. Only gives up one. So 1 run on 2 hits. No errors. After first half of play, Hornets lead the Bobcats 1-0. We go to the bottom of the second. And leading things off is going to be number 24, Dimitri Sisitko, followed by James Derflinger, and then number 28, Rod Barajas Jr.
Of course, I mentioned Nick Friscardo, the past Fullerton College coach. The record is 665 victories. Nick holds that. It was done on March 18th, 2010 against Irvine Valley. And Nick was somebody who surpassed Mike Scoba, who had 487 wins, and he ended up getting 488. The thing that's interesting about Nick is not only has he been in the Hall of Fame as a coach, but he's actually in the Hall of Fame at El Camino for the years he played as a community college baseball player. He was over at El Camino 1962 through 1964 and was an all-Metro Conference selection. Starting second baseman. You look at Nick now, I don't know, Nick. I know the game was different back then, Nick, but starting second baseman, you know, must have been a slower game back in 62.
I know in my youth I played a lot of the outfield. Always wanted to play second base. Then in the middle school years, I played a few seasons behind the plate. That was interesting. I was the only one with the gumption to catch the one guy who threw heat.
And then Albert realized this is a mistake.
I threw out a few players, took a few hits behind the plate. I was good. So here's Dmitry Sisitko out in left field today here for the Bobcats. Takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. On the mound for the Hornets, number 31, Eddie Garcia. Comes in today with an ERA of 4.96. Just clips the lower part of the zone, strike one. Sisitko leads the team with an average of 338. Rips that one down to shortstop. Throw in time at first.
So we'll set the defense for Fullerton. Billingsley is over at first. Jake Larson at second. Diego Vasquez is over at short. Luke Viola over at third. Dylan Anderson in left. Noah Rodriguez in center. And Eric Polanco over in right. Behind the plate is Baker for the Fullerton College Hornets.
So here's the center fielder for the Bobcats, number 3, James Derflinger. Derflinger a few points under 300, batting .294. But slugging .448 this season.
Yeah, modest .359 on base percentage.
And 4 home runs to his name as well. Swings and misses. Strike 2.
Nice little breaking ball there. Thing took a nosedive at the very end. It's like walking down the sidewalk and tripping it. You fall, nobody knows it.
The 1-2. Checks his swing. Did he go? I didn't see an indication from either umpire.
Well, I saw the home plate umpire throw his hand out.
All right, umpire checked him out. So Derflinger goes down swinging. It's going to bring up the big lefty Rod Barajas Jr. Barajas hitting .293. And had a really nice game last week against the Dons, where he hit a triple off the center field wall right at the 400 mark where our camera's located.
And you can see the Hornets swing on this and shift against them. They're playing him to be an extreme pull hitter. So everybody moves over towards the right field.
Yeah, last week I don't recall him really hitting anything past left center. Everything was either like center, pretty much all the way over to right.
And, of course, the Hornets, Billingsley deep at first, Larson at second. Standing on the grass is Larson.
Struck out down the middle to center field. That's going to drop for a base hit.
Albert, that was just a smooth swing. You know, in the game of baseball, don't ever try to overhit. Just take the ball where they're not going to be. A nice, easy line drive back up the middle by him.
It's an absolutely beautiful swing that Barajas has. So Barajas on board at first. It's going to bring up Jacob Beauchene, the right fielder for the Bobcats. First pitch in for a strike. Fouled back. 0-2.
It's interesting, the more you sit and watch games, be it softball or baseball, you will question what the umpire finds as a zone for strikes and balls.
Garcia not paying much attention to Barajas over at first base. Check swing, no swing, says first base umpire. 1-2. Barajas only 3 stolen bases on the season and caught twice. So not really much of a running threat over at first. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Call strike 3. And down goes Beauchene and the Bobcats here in the bottom of the first.
Well, you could see that one coming because on the check swing, home plate umpire was going to call him out. They immediately appealed over to first base. First base said no. Then there was chirping from the Saddleback bench because I think they thought, wait a minute, you're so quick to call these on this. That could have been 2.5 feet over his head, and he would have called him out for strike 3. I mean, it was an umpire that wanted to say, hey, look who I am on that one.
Especially with like Derflinger striking out like on a check swing as well. Kind of have to test the limits a little bit there, but no runs on 1 hit, no errors after 1 inning. Hornets up 1-0. We go to the top of the second. Leading things off for the Hornets, it's going to be Billingsley, Vasquez, and Baker.
Of course, Saddleback is the defending state champions here in baseball. They won in 2024. Albert Robles, Corey Nalen did a lot of games in the playoffs last year. Well, you
most of those in one day.
I was going to say, you guys did what? You guys rented an apartment here one night, right? Game started at 1 and you left 2.5 weeks later?
We probably could have camped out here in the press box for a bit.
Yeah.
I believe there were a few lights still up, allowing us to take the cameras out. I think we maybe had to use flashlights for maybe like 10, 15 minutes. It wasn't as bad as it probably could have been. So here's Hunter Billingsley, first baseman for Fullerton College. First pitch in for a strike. Billingsley hitting .278 this season. One and one, the count. Two and one.
Sun's out here at Saddleback College. We know people mention the word rain, but has not happened, which is a good thing for us.
There are some darker clouds out in the distance, but really no threat of rain anytime soon today. It is an absolutely beautiful view here at Saddleback. So back-to-back innings for Jace Barajas, issuing a leadoff walk. So Billingsley will find himself on first base. Going to bring up Diego Vasquez. And, of course, that leadoff walk in the first did come back to bite Jace Barajas, as he did come around to score on a sac fly. Grounder to short. No play at second. Overthrown at first. It's going to stay in play. Runners will advance.
And we get a big fat error on that play against Saddleback. So Hayden Carlson just overshot it. They played run and hit for Fullerton, so the runner takes off. The ball's hit to your shortstop. He needs to just realize, I'm conceding second base to the individual. And Albert looked like the ball just got away from him on that high throw.
Yeah, just threw it a little bit over the head of Robert Gray over at first.
And, of course, we always talk about it in softball. 3 things you need. You need solid pitching in the circle, timely hitting, and excellent defense. I tell you, that's just as important as this game played with a bat and a ball. You'd love to get solid pitching. You want people behind you to play quality defense, no worse than maybe .967 is a fielding percentage or better. And then getting those timely hits is what helps you win a game.
It's going to bring up the catcher for the Hornets, number 12, Josh Baker. Runners in scoring position here early on, here in the top of the second, and nobody out. Big swing, 0-1.
Infield in at the corners for the Bobcats.
Outfield playing pretty much straight up. The 0-1 pitch catches the zone, 0-2 to Baker.
So if it's hit to short and second, you're thinking that Saddleback will concede the run coming home.
Outside, 1-2. So Jace Barajas did do a fairly decent job preventing any further runs from scoring in the first. We'll see if he and his fellow defense can do so here in the second. Grounder to third base. Tries to catch the runner at third with a tag. Is safe. Gets the throw down to first in time. 1 away.
You know, you really have to say, heads up third base for Joey, because what he does is he catches at Albert and then he turns and looks. The runner's a foot and a half away from him. You know, and it's sort of like, if I can give you a quick push, I might get 2. When he realized he missed the tag, he makes an excellent throw over to first base.
And you know he's got an incredibly strong arm where you still have the time to, try to tag the runner at third, but still fire a missile over to first. So that's going to be a fielder's choice, put out 5-3. It's going to bring up Noah Rodriguez, playing center field for the Hornets. Ahead in the count, 1-0. Second pitch out of the zone, 2-0.
Robert Gray sneaks inside the bag over at first every once in a while.
Delay call strike, 2-1. Rodriguez only hitting .223. So for Jace Barajas, this is one of those hitters, for a 9-spot hitter, you really just got to attack him.
Middle of the infield for the Bobcats. Deep.
2-1 is low, 3-1. Barajas sets. Here's the 3-1. Swing and a miss. Full count.
And if you see the outfield, you happen to see the red numbers ticking down. That is the pitch clock. So the throw has to be thrown before it hits 0 from the mound.
Call strike 3. Rodriguez goes down looking. And it looked to me like that was a little bit inside. Barajas might have gotten away with that one. Well, we're back to the top of the order. Number 21, Dylan Anderson up now. First pitch outside, 1-0.
So with 2 outs, the infield now moves back into normal positions.
Little golf swing there from Anderson, comes up with nothing, 1-1. Outside.
Ooh. Oh,
and a snap throw back over to third. Not in time.
Oh, that was pretty. That was just pretty. Start wandering off at third base. You've got a catcher who's got an arm and all of a sudden just looks at the third base person and puts it on the bag.
Foul back out of play, 2-2.
The art of the person behind the plate.
So Billingsley on third, Vasquez on second, 2 outs, and Anderson in a 2-2 count. Just misses the zone. Full count. We'll see if the battery of the brothers Barajas can escape this jam. And he's going to let Anderson get away with a walk. So bases loaded here for the Hornets. Anderson on first, Vasquez on second, and Billingsley on third. It's going to bring up Jake Larson. Singled in his first at-bat in the first. First pitch in for a strike.
And if you watch that, Albert, you can see he took a little off his pitch just to get his accuracy down. He's struggling with finding the plate. Smart thinker up on the mound right now.
The 0-1. High out of the zone, 1-1.
How many times do you think they used to do this in the backyard with each other?
Plenty of times, like when your father is Rod Barajas. He's probably just chucking balls at you behind a makeshift home plate, saying, here, block this. One-two pitch in for a strike, 1-2. Just off the glove of the shortstop of Hayden Carlson. Coming in to score is Billingsley.
Seeing if they make that an official hit, or which they do.
So Larson on with a base hit. Anderson advances to second. And Vasquez now on third. Still bases loaded, and now a 2-0 lead here for the Hornets.
And the reason Carlson didn't have an error call on him, for anybody who watches ice hockey and how a goalie gets shielded where somebody will get in front of him, that's what happened to Carlson. The runner stepped in front of him before the ball got there, then get out of the way. Just didn't see the ball till it was on top of him.
Yeah, Vasquez pretty much provided a little bit of screen on the grounder there, prevented Carlson from seeing it properly, because he's a much more sure-footed infielder there at shortstop. Just when a runner gets in your way, you can't see it. There's really not a whole lot you can do about it. Two-0 pitch in for a strike, so 2-1 to Luke Viola. Flew out to right field in the first. Outside, 3-1.
Nobody's warming up for Saddleback here early in the game, so.
Down the middle, but high and out of the zone for ball 4. It's going to be a bases loaded walk.
And that's the 4th walk by Barajas now. He's got 1 strikeout with 4 walks in this game. So just, take the breath, just relax. Big brother walks out to talk to younger brother. Tells him, hey, come on, man. It's like playing at home, all right?
So it's Anderson on third, Larson at second, and Viola at first. And here's the designated hitter, Trevor Schmidt.
Who hit a ball to about 392 last time up.
It's pretty much right where the grass meets the warning track, if not a little bit further into it. First pitch in for a strike.
Wind blowing out, at least that's what the flag is telling us.
Strike 2.
Hey, if it works the first time, throw it in the same spot the second time. And a good hitter will say, hey, fool me twice, shame on me. We'll see what happens here.
Big swing and a miss, strike 3. let's see. So that was 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 error. After 1.5 innings of play, Hornets lead the Bobcats 3-0. We go to the bottom of the second. And leading things off for the Bobcats is going to be Andres Nilsson, Joey Doskasil, and Robert Gray.
Some of the leaders in the OEC right now, Rodriguez from Golden West College, batting .419 after yesterday afternoon, so he leads the OEC in hitting. Burrow from Golden West, right behind him at .405. Tomataka is then next at .400. Pone actually is in the top group here from Fullerton, batting .384. And Amundsen from Irvine Valley, .383. So at least your top hitters are at a good pace here in the OEC when you look at what they can do when they come to bat.
Nilsson hitting .304 on the season, leading things off here for the Bobcats. Saddleback down in a 3-0 hole. Looking to claw their way out of that deficit. First pitch from Garcia in for a strike. Moderate crowd here in this beautiful Friday afternoon, bit of a spread out attendance. Some trying to find shade where they can find it, others embracing the sunlight as the 0-1 in for a strike, 0-2.
Saddleback always trying to enhance their campus.
And so that was a swing and a miss. However, the call by the third base umpire was a pitching violation. So that's a ball issued to Eddie Garcia. It'll be a 1-2 count here for Nilsson. And in last week's game versus Santa Ana that we did, there were a few pitching violations issued to the Bobcats. Big pop-up down the right field line, out of play. Count will remain 1-2.
So I'm trying to figure this out. Does the third base umpire have the control for the pitching clock? Which he does. So, because I'm watching him down there, and then I'm watching him, his hand when it starts. So if you're wondering who had that.
And there are 2 clocks. There's one in the outfield behind the under the scoreboard, and one on the backstop so that the pitcher can see it as well. Two and two the count. And one thing that's important to note is, like, while there is the pitching clock rule here at the collegiate level, there isn't the major league rule of the disengagements. You can still have as many throwovers and pickoff attempts as you'd like. Ripped down the right field line, foul.
Which I don't mind, Albert. I mean, I know people try to keep the pace of the game up, but let's not take away defensive tools for players that are on the field. Off speed, just gets a little of it. Nice pitch.
Nilsson doing his best to stay alive, fouling that one off into the ground.
Fullerton in their traditional grays with blue lettering.
2-2. Just inside. And Nilsson has worked the count full.
Everybody was hoping they'd get that one.
From almost striking out, but getting the benefit of a pitch violation to fouling a few ones off, taking a few outside, and here we are, 3-2 to the leadoff hitter in the bottom of the second. Hit out to right center, bringing and making in the catch. It's going to be Eric Polanco. So one away here in the first. It's going to bring up number 27, Joey Doskasil, playing third base today for the Bobcats. First pitch to Doskasil in for a strike. And Mark, you heard mentioning, the pace of play and how you missed the strategy. That's one thing that I do agree with you with, that I do kind of miss at the major league level, is that little chess match between the pitcher and the hitters as well as the runners on base. You kind of, there's a lot of strategy that you can get from the disengagement rule, but there was a lot of strategy that still went into when you had unlimited disengagements, especially when it came to pretty much trying to get the timing for both the hitter and the runners off, as well as pretty much tiring out the runners. If you can make them go back and retreat, expend up some energy, you can at least prevent them from running that much more.
Yeah, I mean, the game of baseball has changed so much over the years. It tarnishes what the players in the past have done because they didn't have to play with the rules.
Singled up the left side. Throw to first, not in time.
Diego Vasquez ran all the way back to Anaheim to get that ball. He was so deep in the hole. And then because of the 5 freeway, just couldn't get it back over to first base in time. Too much traffic. I mean, he ranged again. Going back there like that from a shortstop that can play that way.
And it really was a great stop there by Vasquez. Too deep in the infield to really have made that throw, but excellent range to prevent what it could have been extra bases.
So when you want to say to Saddleback, if they're all looking at the season as not being as good as they'd like to be a little daring. Take off running.
So here's Robert Gray, the first baseman for the Bobcats. Takes a second pitch for a strike, 1-1 the count with one on.
I think maybe that Summer McCartney would send somebody.
Big pop-up out to center. And that's Noah Rodriguez making the catch for the second out.
Of course, we talked about McCartney winning the state championship last year. Became the head coach here in 2011 for the Bobcats.
Here's Palmares, takes the first pitch for a ball. And Garcia is working nice and easy there on the mound for the Hornets. Pitching quite comfortably with a 3-0 lead. Next pitch in for a strike, 1-1. Throw over to first, not in time. fouled back, 1-2.
Yeah, I mean, Albert, this is where I've often thought if you're a manager and everything, if you look at your season and say, hey, this is the last conference game of the year, let's have a little fun. Let's do something we don't normally do. And if you're a non-running team, you take off running. You play run and hit. Maybe you drop a bunt with everybody 55 feet back.
Doskasil does have 2 stolen bases to his name. The 1-2 out of the zone, 2-2.
And then when you do those things, that makes the defense start to think. And, you never want a defense to be comfortable. You want them always wondering if you might do something you don't normally do.
And Palmares works the count full, 3-2 with 2 out and 1 on here in the second. And we'll see what Garcia brings to the table here against Palmares. Hit out to right field, and an easy play for Eric Polanco for the third and final out here in the second. So no runs on 1 hit, no errors. We go to the top of the third.
Well, I talked about Summer McCartney was hired in 2011. He followed his friend Jack Hodges, who had been a teacher and coach for 22 years here at Saddleback College. And he was an assistant coach during that time and a full-time instructor at that. And of course, when you look at it, he started coaching in 1998 as a coach, and that's the year that Saddleback came up just a little short for playing in the state championship that season. And then in 2001 to 2005, he decided to leave Saddleback and go back to be a head coach over at Aliso Nigel School, and that's where he won back-to-back Seaview leagues at Seaview League championships when he was over there. And then all of a sudden, he decided to come back to Saddleback along the way. He's helped a lot of players, and this is the thing you need to realize, that coaches are educators that have gone to the next level, fulfilled their educational needs and wants, and has helped promote this program not only from an athletic point of view, but an educational point of view here at Saddleback College.
And first pitch to Polanco hits him right in the numbers. And even though that is a hit by pitch, that is the third consecutive leadoff walk issued by Jace Barajas. And this one a little more painful.
Yeah, it's been scratchy with him on the mound right now.
So that's going to bring up Hunter Billingsley. Walked in his first plate appearance in the second and came around to score.
So Doskasel comes in at third.
Ripped up the middle, in for a base hit. Palmares made a diving effort but couldn't come up with it. Now we got runners on first and second.
Albert, you looked at that initial skip off the mound, and I sort of thought, watch, this thing's going to take that little short hop and drop right in to the glove. And it just found its way to the outfield.
Yeah, tough read there for Palmares. It would have been a heck of a play if he could have stopped it. I doubt they would have been able to turn two, but they might have been able to get at least the runner at second had he come up with it. Vasquez shows bunt, but pulls it back.
the lost art, at least in baseball, of bunting. Miss those days.
Snap throw back to second, not in time.
You see the art of bunting. Many cases in the game of softball. Some are really good. You look at the Nate Kyle over at Cypress College. The kid is an artist with the bat and her speed. Of course, Ed Ford, who's sitting to my right, who's always on the air in the softball games, will tell you the lost drag bunt is something we have talked about with our partner Corey Nalen more than once.
And using the bunt is really a great tool in your arsenal if you have it. And it definitely is underused as Vasquez rips that one way foul. 2-2 the count.
Well, Albert, here I am, old guy. Maury Wills drops a bunt, base hit. Ricky Henderson drops a bunt, base hit. Gentlemen that could use the bat as a brush on the canvas of baseball would get that bunt down and be able to get to first base. Hey, you know what? If you're going to hit somebody, you might as well hit him twice, Albert. I mean, Polanco got hit at the plate. They wheel to pick him off. He takes off, turns his back on the ball, and catches it in his wallet. So, I mean, that's not a bad idea. Slow down a runner, Albert. Hit him two or three
that'll
times.
definitely hobble him just a little bit. And they'll give him the time to breathe just a little bit here. Kind of shake that one off. And, you know, Mark, like you mentioned, you know, like certain major leaguers, you know, dropping the bunt, running one out. And you mentioned Ricky Henderson. Ricky didn't drop no bunts. Ricky would hit it to the pitcher and still beat the runner.
Yeah, Ricky is one of those players that people don't talk about today, was a phenom when he played the game.
In the dirt, full count. See, Ricky was one of those players whom, yes, before my time, but I know the legend of. Ricky was one of those players who would demoralize you every way possible on the base path. Foul back, staying alive is Vasquez.
Yeah, this is where Saddleback needs to make sure that Fullerton doesn't score again.
Low and outside, ball 4. So another walk loads the bases. And Hornets threatening yet again. It's Polanco on third, Billingsley at second, and Vasquez over at first. It's going to bring up Josh Baker. Grounded out to third in his first at bat. That, of course, was a fielder's choice. Taken to outfield in the gap. In for a base hit and then some. The relay throw offline. And that is going to be a stand-up double with 2 RBIs for Josh Baker. Scoring on the play was Polanco and Billingsley. Vasquez now at third. Baker over at second. And with nobody away, or nobody out rather, up comes Noah Rodriguez.
I love Hayden Carlson catches a relay, turns and throws. I guess he was throwing it over to me because I'm a little off the plate here.
First pitch to Rodriguez finds a zone for a strike.
And of course, Albert Robles can take it because he's out there at softball, not hitting cutoff people, and then the cutoff people not throwing it to the right place drives me batty.
0-2 the count. And that's one thing that is the same for all levels of either baseball or softball are the fundamentals of hitting your cutoff man and hitting the relays. And it's really just, smart base running. Yeah. We haven't seen much of that for the Bobcats because they haven't had much on base, but the Hornets have been running the bases excellent so far.
Yeah, and they've gotten the timely hits too, Albert. So
none more timelier than that one from Josh Baker out to left center. Just a beautiful gapper. Rodriguez goes down swinging for the first out. Here in the third, we're going to go back to the top of the order now. Dylan Anderson walked in both of his plate appearances, came around to score in the first inning. So officially 0 for 0 here in this game with a run scored. Takes that pitch for a ball.
Fans getting a little uncomfortable with the calls from the umpire.
Barajas brings a curve, 1-1.
One of the other things that's fun in baseball or softball, talking to Blue, of course you can't get away with much anymore.
Low 2-1. Big swing and a miss, 2-2.
Well, I know you're anxious to get up there. I mean, you're on deck. Larson said to Anderson after 2 swings, that's okay. Go sit down, man. That's strike 3 out. It's my turn. Went back and said, oh, wait a minute. You do get 3, don't you? Okay.
Way off the plate, full count to Anderson. And Jace Barajas in danger of loading the bases yet again.
And we've got action in the bullpen for Saddleback now.
Yeah, it's Ryan Keppel. As we get a called strike 3, Anderson goes down looking. Almost getting himself ejected here. Home plate umpire pretty much issuing the hand saying, hey, I don't want to hear it. You go sit down on the bench. So after the called strike 3 to Anderson, it's going to bring up Jake Larson. Runners still on second and third. 2 away here. And we'll see if Barajas can limit the damage to just the 2 runs issued. Big swing and a miss by Larson. 1-1 the count. Hear the crowd getting a little chirpy here. Ball escapes. And no throw at the plate. Barajas came to cover and back up the wild pitch. But the runner does score. I don't know if you heard it, Mark, but I did, and it made me laugh. One of the fans in attendance here said, "Oh, we got Angel Hernandez here behind home plate."
Criticized umpire who will turn around and tell people and tell fellow umpires how good he is.
And, you know, to be compared to Angel Hernandez, that
That
is the greatest of insults you can give to any baseball officiator. Popped up on the right side in foul territory, making the catch is Robert Gray. So Larson pops up to make the third out and end the inning. So 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors. That's right, 3 runs actually. Forgot about the runner scoring on the wild pitch. Forgot to score that down. But after 2.5 of play, Hornets 6, Bobcats with a goose egg. We go to the bottom of the third. And leading off, it's going to be Carlson, Sasitko, and Derflinger.
So a new pitcher for the Hornets. So the Hornets making a quick change, being up right now.
And it's interesting that they go to the mound at this point, considering how well Eddie Garcia had been pitching. But now on the mound for the Hornets is number 14, Aaron Sandin.
Well, I mean, it's that time of year you're going to try and use everybody so they come back, you know, and that's the thing that you want to do.
Little grounder foul past third. 0-1 to the shortstop. Carlson only hitting 197 this year.
Yeah, it's been an interesting year depending on the sport you look at. Some people you would think playing every day would be doing so well, and that hasn't happened yet for players from a variety of teams.
And it can be difficult as well because, you know, there have been a bunch of injuries here at this level. And, of course, you know, yeah, you would like to see a higher average from your shortstop. But, you know, for hitting Carlson, it's probably one of those things where, yeah, he might not be hitting as much, but the glove plays.
And this is what you see in community college baseball in many cases because they have so many players on the roster. They try to get so many people to play. You look at the amount of pitchers some of these teams carry. You take somebody out of a rhythm because you want to let everybody have an opportunity. And that will give Saddleback an opportunity, not your own players.
So Carlson works the leadoff walk against the new pitcher, Sandin. So we got 1 on for Dmitry Sasitko. And we'll see if he can make something happen here for the Bobcats here in the bottom of the third. Down 6-0 already, but still a lot of baseball to be played. And if you've seen many a Saddleback game or attended any of them, you'll know exactly the type of things that can happen here at community college baseball.
Yeah, fact is almost as strange as fantasy when it comes to community college baseball.
Pickoff over at first, not in time. The 0-1 pitch, low outside, 1-1.
Sandin out of Bishop Amat High School, out of La Puente.
Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Can't remember if that's where Pat Hayden went to school at. Bishop Amat.
Just off the plate, 2-2. So Sitko with a deep breath, steps back into the box. Ready for the next pitch. Throw to first, not in time. And Mark, I had mentioned it to Noah last week, and I'll mention it to you here, but I find it interesting that here at Saddleback, they have the extra first base.
Yeah, I saw where they had done that, what, at AAA in baseball?
So Sitko goes down swinging.
And it's strictly a safety measure to double up the base.
Well, I'm used to seeing that extra base be like orange, but here's just like a nice deep green. To each their own, I guess.
Well, you know what's nice about it? It's that optical illusion. You know, you're looking for it, and that slows you down a half a step. In my case, I'll never find it.
Grounder to shortstop. And it looks like the runner beat the throw to first, so 6-4-3, fielder's choice. So Carlson thrown out at second, and Durfinger on at first on the fielder's choice. It's going to bring up Rod Barajas Jr. Single in his first at bat. Accounts for one of the two hits that the Bobcats have so far in this game. Runner takes off as Barajas laces one out to right field. No, it's a center fielder making the catch, which is Noah Rodriguez. So deep fly ball from Barajas ends the inning here for the Bobcats in the third. We go to the top of the fourth. Coming up is Viola, Schmidt, and Polanco for the Hornets.
Well, I talked about Coach McCartney and what he's done here, and he averages 12 players a year go to a four-year university as being the head coach. He's also got current players that he helped put in the pros, where you look at Nick Punto over with the St. Louis Cardinals playing shortstop, Rod Johnson catching down at San Diego with the Padres, and Tejera, who was over at the New York Yankees. McCartney himself played football, soccer at Willow Glen High School, and then he played baseball at San Jose City College. We know that well from all our years of doing things for softball here on SportsNetUSA.net. Then he went to UC Riverside, played there. UCR got to Division II College World Series in Montgomery, Alabama. And then McCartney was drafted by the Florida Marlins and played as a catcher from 94 to 97. So, again, you've got somebody who runs this program that's got that big league background. Of course, when you look to right field, you can see some of the names for players who have come here through Saddleback College. Mark Grace, everybody should know, Chicago Cubs. Tim Wallach, where did he play at? Come on.
Dodgers. Oh, where did he play? He played for Cal State Fullerton.
Yeah. Okay.
But he was a coach with the Dodgers.
Okay. I was going to say, wait a minute. Wasn't he in Montreal Expo too?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. It's nice to. He did play for the Denver AAA team too, you know. So, and of course, Rob Johnson's name is up there. I mentioned Rob Johnson that's already doing that. So, you know, you will always, this is the thing, you get your bang for your buck if you come to community college games. I tell you what, you've got the superstars of tomorrow on the field there when you think about them at Saddleback College.
New pitcher on the mound for the Bobcats here in the top of the fourth. That's Ryan Keppel, promptly greeted with a single into left field by by Viola. So one on already against Keppel here in the top of the fourth. It's going to bring up number 44, Trevor Schmidt, the DH for the Hornets. Had a sac fly in the first and struck out in the second. Keppel delivers a strike, 1-1 to Schmidt. And Keppel gets a second strike here against Schmidt, 1-2. Hasn't seen a whole lot of time on the mound for the Bobcats. Only 5 1/3 innings of work here this season. And as such, his ERA is inflated quite a bit. ERA over 20. As you get Schmidt to strike out swinging, one away and one on here in the fourth. It's going to bring up number 6, Eric Polanco, right fielder for the Hornets.
And we know everybody at home, especially a 145 student, knows how to figure out ERA, you know, so it's like, it's not that difficult. So you take the amount of runs that a pitcher is given up, you multiply it times 9, then you divide it by the amount of innings that he has pitched. That's how you get these astronomical numbers.
In for a strike, 1-1.
I mean, I know how to do that. I still can't figure out RPI. I have no idea how that works. I lose. Hey, I'm number 1 in the county.
Grounder to short. 6-4-3 double play. So Keppel comes in, allows a leadoff single. Strikes out Schmidt, and that gets Polanco to ground into an inning-ending double play. So we go to the bottom of the fourth, and that's the first scoreless inning the Bobcats have had to prevent the Hornets from scoring, rather. So we'll see if the Bobcats can finally put something up on the board here in the bottom of the fourth. Coming up, it's going to be Beauchene, Nilsson, and Doskasil.
All right, so people at Fullerton are now saying, hey, wait a minute, you mentioned some players for the Bobcats. We had pros, and yeah, you had Jose Rojas, Dave Stevens, Steven Traskell played for you, Steve Kiefer played for you, Bill Bath, way back you can talk about Bill playing, John Young. Bill Bath played for the A's. John Young played for Detroit. Ron Johnson played for the Red Sox. And, of course, one of my favorites, the Mad Hungarian, Al Habrowski, played for Nick Fuscardo during the days. Did he play for Nick or did he play for Mike? He played for Mike. I got Ed Ford, who was there for years, so he played for Mike at Fullerton College.
So here's Jacob Beauchene, struck out in his first at-bat. Face off against Aaron Sandin. Drills that one far and out of play. Looks like it could have had the distance to clear the fence had he hit it a little more fair, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I know it sounds like short porch. It's not really 337 down the left field line.
Next pitch off the zone, 1-1. One and two. Popped back and out of play. We'll do it again.
Down in the dirt.
Ripped past the shortstop. That's going to be a base hit. So Beauchene kicks things off with a nice little leadoff single up the left side. It's going to bring up Andres Nilsson. Flew out to right field in the second inning.
Say, Coach, let me run, baby. Let me run. Got my slide glove on. Let me run. Let me run.
And we do have a defensive change. In for right fielder Eric Polanco is number 26, Jake Starr for the Hornets.
Pulled. Oh, they call it foul. And it's one of those things that you just look at and said, you know, even the first base coach down there is saying, wait a minute, you know, when it kicks chalk like that, it should be called a fair ball.
Yeah, if you see that little ploof of white dirt, that is a fair ball.
How are you?
So Nilsson here in an 0-2 hole. Takes that one low inside 1-2. Ripped up the middle. Diving effort from the second baseman to no avail. We got runners on the corners.
Saying that just lets you know, Albert, baseball god said that first one was a base hit.
So that's going to bring up Joey Doskasil. And for the first time in this game, the Bobcats are threatening.
Looks and gets some signs from the bench. Before the game started today, Joey's batting .298 this season.
Doskasil singled in his first at-bat back in the second inning. And at that time was only the second hit of the game for the Bobcats, now totaling 4, adding on the singles from Beauchene and Nilsson. Up the middle for a base hit. In to score is Beauchene. And holding up at second is Nilsson. Doskasil with an RBI single.
And this is what we talked about where Albert sounded surprised when the Hornets brought in a reliever. You've got so many pitchers on your staff. You decide you're going to use everybody. And the tempo and the attitude of the game changes. You get somebody that comes in, they're hot, you let them pitch 4, and you say, okay, that's it. And bring somebody in ice cold who knows what. And this is why you get these community college games that are 25-17.
Here's Robert Gray. Takes a first pitch for a ball. Flew out to center in the second inning. So Bobcats finally on the board here in the fourth inning. 6-1 our score. Little check swing up the right side in play. Taking it himself for the out is the first baseman, Billingsley. And runners advance. So runners on second and third with one away.
Little excuse me check swing that gets people to move. So
you can score that 3 unassisted.
It's good as a sacrifice bunt, though, Albert. I mean, you know, you didn't hit into a double play.
Wasn't quite the intention, but it definitely functions the same way. Here is Paul Maris. Takes that one in and tight 1-0. Pitchers up in the bullpen for the Hornets. That's number 41, Kenny Gallardo. Pop fly drops in fair for a base hit. Runner scores from third. That is Nilsson. Moving up to third is Doskasil. And Palmares standing on first with an RBI single.
Noah Rodriguez does what some outfielders will do when they can't judge a swing. First initial step is back. Then he realizes, wait a minute, that ball's not going to carry as far as I thought it would. Now I've got to break forward. You take 2 away, you add 5, you divide it by 6. Then you take that, make it a fraction, and next thing you know, you're laying face down eating grass, and it's called a base hit.
Yeah, just one of those troublesome pop flies. And, like Cypress College, Saddleback here down in Mission Viejo is no exception to wind swirling around. And like I said, Mark, took that step back, tried to make up the distance. Wind carried it in just a little bit and just lands in that little Bermuda Triangle of fair balls.
And of course, talking softball, is Cypress College playing today against Golden West College?
No, their last game was yesterday, and they did sweep.
So that makes them
at a minimum, should be co-champions with OCC.
Because we know championships aren't decided, at least for conference, by RPI. We were
Correct.
told that.
So we do have a pitching change. New pitcher on the mound for the Hornets. That's number 41, Kenny Gallardo.
And then we'll find out what the regional matchups are this coming weekend. And then you can check the homepage at sportsnetusa.net to see what games will be coming for the playoffs. Have a little Cypress College softball on sportsnetusa.net and Chargers Live. And then a little Santa Ana baseball for the playoffs on sportsnetusa.net. And then that should carry over after the regionals to the super regionals. And with any sensibility and no sanctimonious attitude, then it should go to the championship games for softball, to say the least. But, oh well. That's another long diatribe of mine.
So Gallardo now on the mound for the Hornets. Across 5 1/3 innings of work, he's given up 9 hits, 6 runs, 4 of them earned. He's given up 3 walks, struck out 2. Gives them an ERA of 6.75.
Saddleback working their way back into the game.
Big curveball. Up and out of the zone. 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Gallardo. Low outside. Runner takes off for second. And in with a stolen base is Austin Palmares. And Palmares really had an excellent jump as that ball did not skip far away at all from Josh Baker. High and tight, 3-0. So Gallardo, freshly into the game, already with 3 straight balls, has not yet found the zone. And runners in scoring position here for the Bobcats. Ball 4. I was waiting just a little bit. I'm like, is this where he calls a delayed strike, delay call strike 1? But no delayed strike. That is indeed ball 4 to Hayden Carlson.
Looks like we may be getting another pitcher getting ready. That would be Enrique Hernandez. We'll see if he comes in for the Hornets now. And
so we go to the top of the order here for the Bobcats. Coming up with the bases loaded is going to be Dmitry Sasidko.
And I think it's going to be Alex King now on the mound for the Hornets. So it's Alex King that has come into the game. What do you got in Alex King, Albert?
Let's see, Alex King, ERA of an even 3.0. 3 appearances, 3 innings of work, 3 hits, 1 run allowed, 1 of them earned, 3 walks and 3 strikeouts to his name. So it looks to me like he probably allowed a blast and then struck out the side, if I had to guess.
So Cypress is continuing their winning streaks. Cypress currently in first place, 16-3 overall before yesterday. Riverside second, Santa Ana third, then Saddleback, Golden West College, and Fullerton. That was before yesterday. So Fresno City, the team up in Northern California, 21-1. 30-7 overall. Santa Rosa 21-1, 36-1 overall. So I mean, if you're looking Northern California, they got a couple powerhouse teams up there that know how to play the game of baseball.
So we're back to this one here. New pitcher on the mound, Alex King. Lefty-righty matchup, first pitch, low for a ball. And if you're a Sasidko here, I say you kind of wait out King, see what he has to offer. And if he offers that perfect pitch, then you just
jump on it?
Just jump on it. Catches the corner 1-1. Sasidko has 22 RBIs to his name on the season, so definitely capable of driving them in when necessary. Offers at that one, 1-2, but King brought the off speed.
Outfield playing straight away for the Hornets.
The 1-2, out of the zone, 2-2.
Starr in right, Rodriguez in center, Anderson in left. See what their arms are like if there's a base hit.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Sitko strikes out for the second time this game. It's going to bring up James Derflinger, center fielder for the Bobcats. And King really just caught Sisitko off guard with that slow pitch offside the plate. Single up the left side, throw to second in time for the out.
Smart play by Diego Vasquez. Knows he can't get the runner up at first. He takes the short route and says, okay, let's go in and sit down for a while. It's been a long bottom of the inning.
So 2 runs on 4 hits, no errors. We go to the top of the 5th. Coming up for the Hornets, it's going to be Billingsley, Vasquez, and Baker.
You know, we talked about Mount Sac when it came to softball this season. It said, oh, maybe they're having an off season. They're not dominating softball. Well, that can't be said for the baseball side right now. As of yesterday, Mount Sac winning percentage 909 this season. They're 33-5 overall. They were 20-2. 20 wins, 2 losses going yesterday into conference. They have been money this season. Cerritos is right behind them at 16-6. El Camino is there. And, of course, for the voice of East L.A., to my right, Albert Robles.
That's me.
Your team is sitting there in 4th place in that conference. So it looks like they should make the baseball playoffs this year.
They have a chance. They're pretty much right there. I know Serwin says like Adame is going to be petitioning to have a potential higher seed to potentially host. I don't know if that's going to happen realistically. Would it be cool? Yes. Will it happen? Odds are probably not.
Ed Ford showing us the size of a softball, or is that a big 0?
So Keppel back on the mound for another inning of work here against the Hornets. Up ahead, 0-2 against Billingsley here. Crushed down the right field line, way foul. Would have been a nice on for Billingsley, but we're not playing on the links right now.
That's true. That's true.
Grounder up the right side. So it was Gray that took it and fed it to Keppel. So score that 3-1 for the putout. It's going to bring up number 23, Diego Vasquez.
And give it to the young man on the mound. Broke off quickly when the ball was hit, knowing that the foot race to first base by his first base person would be close.
Hit up to the right side, dropping in for a base hit. And a great throw back into the infield. So Vasquez gets on board with a long base hit out to right center. It's going to bring up the catcher, Josh Baker. He doubled back in the 3rd to drive in 2 runs. And first pitch to Baker here as a strike, 0-1 the count with 1 on. Right at the second baseman. Throw to first, not in time. So great awareness in the catch by Palmares. Almost caught Vasquez sleeping at first. But 2 away here in the top of the 5th.
Well, and that's a defensive play, too, where a defender thinks, okay, caught the ball, can I get the runner, instead of caught ball, throw.
First pitch to Rodriguez outside, 1-0.
You know, just like you're taught in Little League, what do I do if the ball comes to me?
Two and 0.
Yeah, duck. And those were some of the things, basic rules that say, what do I do if you're an outfielder and people are on base? If it's a single, where am I going with the ball?
Foul tip into the glove. 2-1.
And I know, Corey Nailen, that's where we were talking about. You brought up Veronica Moore as being the OEC Player of the Year. I brought up Kyle being the OEC Player of the Year because of defensive stature.
2-1 pitch off the plate for a ball. 3-1.
Because Nene knows exactly what to do with the ball playing center field for Cypress College in the game of softball.
Call strike 2. So Rodriguez thought he could kind of get away and say, no, that's a ball. But with the way the umpire has called this game, they're really not going to get away with any sort of those calls. So full count here to Rodriguez. The payoff pitch off the plate for a ball. And Rodriguez has indeed earned himself the walk. Advancing to second is Vasquez. So runners on first and second here with 2 out.
Albert, I'm glad you were so sure that he wasn't going to do the strike 3 call to the last second. You know, you turned your hips, the bat came through. What do you mean you were throwing it to the dugout?
So we're back to the top of the order for the Hornets. Here's Dylan Anderson. 0 for 1 officially with 2 walks and a run scored and a strikeout. Big swing and a miss. Keppel has his sign, comes set. The 1-1 up the right side. Fielding it and making the throw to first is Palmares for the final out. So no runs on 1 hit, no errors. We go to the bottom of the 5th. And coming up for your Bobcats are Rod Barajas, Jacob Beauchene, and Andres Nilsson.
Some of the rankings currently right now in the game of baseball. Southern Region, Cypress, number 1. Cerritos, number 2. Mount Sac, 3. Palomar, 4. Santa Ana, one of the teams here on SportsNetUSA.net, is number 5. Sitting at 6 is Glendale. Riverside at 7. And Grossmont is 8. If you flip it to the Northern Region, Santa Rosa, 31-1, they're number 1. Sierra, 24-10, is 2. Fresno City, 28-7, they've got them at 3. Skyline, 27-8, they've got them at 4. West Valley, 28-8. Feather River, 27-8, and Chabot, 24-11, with Butte right behind them at 24-12. similar teams that you will hear that do well in softball, their baseball programs are doing well. That's true in Cypress, Cerritos, Mount Sac, Palomar, when you look at the southern area. And then when you flip it over to the northern area, you get that same sort of tracking if you watch all those games from Cypress College here on Sportsnet, USA.net. Ed Ford, Albert Robles, Corey Nayland, and the old guy happy to bring you softball all the time on Sportsnet, USA.net.
So still on the mound for the Hornets is Alex King. Came in for Kenny Gallardo, who could not get an out in the previous inning. Barajas offers at the first pitch, 0-1. Second pitch low out of the zone, 1-1.
Be patient if you're Saddleback now. Make Fullerton strike you out.
You were able to load the bases in the previous inning. You got two across, but couldn't quite drive in more after loading the bases. Grounder down first base line, foul. Just got to wait for that right pitch. King, slow and methodical, delivers 2-2.
Action in the bullpen again for the Hornets.
And Barajas works the count full. And you know, Mark, like, people will say what they want to say in regards to the pitch clock. But there's a part of me that is kind of glad that they have it. Because if they didn't, I think we'd still be waiting for King to throw the ball. like there are some pitchers that's like, I get wanting to throw the hitter off their timing, but there are some moments where it's like, oh my God, please just throw me the ball. And Barajas works the walk. It's going to bring up Jacob Beauchene, the right fielder. Singled in the previous inning and came around to score on a base hit from Joey Doskasil. King taking his time. Delivers a first pitch for a ball.
So Ashton McNaughton is warming up for the Hornets now in the bullpen.
Big time fly ball down the left field line and into the parking lot. I don't hear any alarm, so I think it just missed a few of the cars out there.
You know, the old park at your own risk.
Barajas conservative lead off of first. As Beauchene offers at that one, 1-2. King really using that pitch clock. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, 2-2. Foul back, out of play. Doesn't clear the netting. So stays inside the stadium here, doesn't go into the parking lot. Little get off me ball check swing there, stays alive. The 2-2 hit up the middle, base hit. Barajas will hold up at second. So great job there by Jacob O'Shane to really work with what King was giving him and just strokes one out into center field. Just a pretty base hit.
See, now this was where you bring up the lefty Nielsen, and we've talked about dropping that bunt. If you could drag it, this is a purpose spot. You've got first baseman playing so deep.
It would be an interesting tactic with Nielsen slugging .565. And that might as well be a sacrifice hit as Nielsen grounds that one up the first base line. Billingsley takes that one 3 unassisted. But the runners do advance. So runners on second and third, one away for Joey Doskasil. We'll have a meeting on the mound here for the Hornets.
Let's see if McNaughton comes out. That's who was warming up.
We will have a pitching change. And that is indeed number 29, Ashton McNaughton.
Coming to pitch now for the Hornets, 29, Ashton McNaughton.
I used to represent a gentleman named Robert McNaughton. He could be old enough, so that could be his son. Robert actually starred in E.T. in the old days. Little McNaughton thing. A little bit of trivia, you know, that floats through my brain every now and then.
Continue to look at the out-of-count scoreboard now. Bottom of 7, Irvine Valley leads Orange Coast by a count of 6-3. They've gone to the top of the 6th at Golden West. It's Cypress 5 and Golden West 4. And they're in the 6th now out at Santa Ana. Riverside leads Santa Ana 5-3.
You know, you heard me ask Ed about Mike Scoba, who started coaching in 1961, retired in 85, taught till 1988. He had 487 total wins, 500 overall, produced only 4 non-winning seasons his entire reign at Fullerton College, 2 league titles, 71 and 82, which Coach of the Year, sent over 150 students to 4-year schools, and had 20 of his players that were professionals. He was selected into the Junior College Baseball Association Hall of Fame and also was in the Hall of Fame of Illinois State. He was the president of the Southern California Baseball Scouts Association for 7 years. And, of course, he's one of the guys that took his entire sporting career, and once he quit coaching, umped baseball, refereed basketball and football in his later years. Then he became a baseball scout. So, little thing about a couple of the people there at Fullerton College. Scouted for the A's? Ed Ford just told me he scouted for the A's. Wow. And Mr. Ed Ford, sitting right to me, told me he helped the A's sign one of the Bash brothers, Mark McGuire. So, just let you know a little more information that you always get here on SportsNetUSA.net.
Terrific work, you guys. Here's McNaughton, first pitch in for a ball. Across 20 innings of work, McNaughton has accrued an ERA of 7.08. So 2-0 here to Doskasil.
He's been a hot bat for him. See if he can continue.
Got 2 for 2 so far today with an RBI. Takes that one, 3-0. Ball skips away, but not enough for the runner to score from third in Barajas. Here's a 3-0 from McNaughton. Way outside, ball 4. So Doskasil works the walk.
Batting for the Cats, 23, Bobby Gray.
And the bases are loaded for the Bobcats. It's going to bring up the first baseman, Robert Gray. Flew out to center and grounded out to first in his 2 plate appearances.
Don't try and do too much with it.
Takes a first pitch for a ball, 1-0. McNaughton yet to find the strike zone. And already we have pitchers up in the bullpen for the Hornets. There's a strike for McNaughton, 1-1 to Robert Gray. Ripped out into left field. Tagging up and scoring is Barajas. It's going to be a sac fly out to center field for the second out.
Batting for the Cats, 20, Austin Palmeris.
A great throw there by Anderson, keeping the runner at second. So 2 on, 2 out. Here's Austin Palmeris. Ball 1. So Bobcats slowly scratching away at the lead set by the Hornets. They had 6 runs to their name in the first 3 innings. Bobcats put up 2 in the 4th and 1 here in the bottom of these 5th. And still looking for that little bit more. 2-0. Palomares drove in one of those runs in the previous inning with a base hit. Hits that one back up the middle. Easy base hit for Palomares. Rounding third and scoring easily is Beauchene. It's another RBI single for Palomares. So runner still on first and second. And Bobcats have cut the lead to 2, 6-4 our score. Here's Hayden Carlson. No official at bat for Carlson. He has 2 walks to his name so far this game. Swing and a miss, 0-1.
It's when you get it set in your mind that you're going to hit that first pitch, no matter where it's at.
And that was way off the plate, nowhere near making contact. Takes that one for a ball, 1-1. Good to see a little more patience and discipline from Carlson here. Only the bottom of the 5th, but you want to see a little more patience and selectivity here, despite the fact that there's still plenty of baseball to be played. Outside, 2-1.
In the dirt. Nice little pickup behind home plate for the Hornets.
Low outside, 3-1 the count. McNaughton in danger of loading the bases. We'll see if Carlson has the green light here. And takes ball 4. So bases are loaded yet again for the Bobcats here. We'll see if they're able to produce.
Enrique Hernandez is now warming up for the Hornets. Enrique went to Catella High School. Hey, I know that school.
Doskasil on third, Palomares on second, Carlson on first. Here is Sisitko. Takes a first pitch for a strike. Sisitko 0 for 3 today with 2 strikeouts. It's a very uncharacteristic Sisitko kind of day. Has an on-base percentage of .465 and has yet to touch any of them here today. He finds himself in an 0-2 hole. Protects the plate, fouls that one off. Try again. And you got to think, Mark, maybe Sisitko probably pressing a little bit too much at the plate, because in the bottom of the first, grounds out to short, next 2 at bats, strikes out both of those times, and that was in the 3rd and the 4th. By that, they were already down 6-0. He might have been trying us a little bit too much to try and make something happen. Now you're down by 2. Takes called strike 3. So with that one there, probably missing a little bit of the urgency, whereas previously you probably should have been a little more patient.
One of those days of being a hitter.
Yep.
Well, we'll see if the young man from Catella, who's down in the bullpen, will come out next time the Hornets take the defensive side.
And that was 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors for the for the Hornets there. We'll go to the top of the 6th. Coming up for the Hornets, it's going to be Larson, Viola, and Schmidt.
Of course, we talked about players that played at Fullerton. Barry Loomis played there 76 to 77. He went to Valencia High School. He was a standout player, played for Mike Scoba. Barry was one of the better-known players. Jeff Kern played there in 2013. Was voted All-League, All-CIF when he was in high school, and then he made first-team OEC that season. He was 7-2, pitched 86 innings, had an ERA of 2.61, 51 strikeouts. Then he went to the University of Oklahoma and completed his degree and is an attorney nowadays. So when people look at community college sports, don't forget that a lot of these young men and young women use community colleges to springboard to the next situation where they can dream their dreams and fulfill their destinies. That's how we feel here on Sportsnet, USA.net.
So Keppel's still on the mound for the Bobcats here on the top of the 6th. Greets Jake Larson with a first pitch for a ball. 1-0 to the second baseman. Hit back up the middle, fly ball. Center fielder Derflinger's got it, 1 away. It's going to bring up Luke Viola. 1 for 2 today. Singled back in the 4th inning. Takes first pitch for a strike. Next pitch is low out of the zone for a ball. 1-1 the count. And so far, 2-1. So far, Mark, Ryan Keppel, in his work for the Bobcats so far, has kept the Hornets scoreless across 2 innings. Single to a base grounder over to third. Sorry, too used to saying, oh, Hornets single again. Grounder towards third. Throw to first in time. 2 away here in the 6th.
JP, I know you're watching the game out in the desert. I didn't hear JP's last name, though, because I had answered. Westerbeck. JP Westerbeck, thank you for watching the game. Hope you're enjoying it while you're out there in the desert. Of course, when somebody says, that's what I was going to say, Ed Ford's to my right. JP, if you're in the high desert, okay, I'm sorry.
1-1 to Trevor Schmidt. Late swing fouls that one off, 1-2. Schmidt struck out in both of his previous at-bats with a sacrifice fly back in the 1st, so officially 0 for 2 today. Takes that one way outside, 2-2. Three and 2.
So it looked like it was all Fullerton. Saddleback has finally gotten back into the game, and now with 4 to go, we'll see who can hang on tight.
Hit back up the right side. Not in time. The throw from Gray to Keppel took Keppel off the bag.
Okay, see now I'm gonna disagree with you, Albert, because when you're watching Keppel run,
Sorry, didn't take him off the bag. He did not step on the bag.
Yeah,
couldn't find the placement.
Yeah, exactly, because you saw him be more concerned about catching the ball on that. But an excellent defensive play over at first base. You got to give it to the kid who's over at first base today for Saddleback, Robert Gray. He is playing an excellent first base. He has fielded it well. He has led he's led the pitchers well. And what do? We're going to get it overturned? Oh, there's going to be a discussion.
I don't know what there really is to discuss there. I mean, I know Summer McCartney is always going to, lobby for his team as a good coach should, but Keppel did not touch first base. He definitely beat the runner, but did not step on the bag in time. And they're going to overturn the call. So, okay.
Oh, you know what, Albert? I mean, I'm with you too, Albert. No, now they're calling him safe.
So they're overturning the overturn.
I was like you too. Albert looked over at me like he wasn't even close to stepping on the bag.
He was maybe
a foot away?
Less than that, like half a foot away from the bag.
But you could see dirt.
I could see dirt. He was like the width of his foot away from stepping on the bag. It was close, but he did not touch first. Now I got to erase my scoring here. So some of the Bobcat faithful here getting a little rowdy.
You know, this is always what I love about umpires. Unless you know. Yeah.
So you call that an error or base hit?
Oh, I was going to say hit too. It was a foot race.
Yep, that's right. That's fair. So that's going to bring up number 26, Jake Starr. Came in for Polanco. Back in the 5th inning as a defensive replacement for Polanco. Ahead in the count, 2-0. Keppel finds his own for a strike, 2-1. Just off the plate, 3-1. Takes that pitch high. And Jake Starr earns himself the walk. So runners on first and second with 2 outs. Going to bring up Hunter Billingsley. Billingsley hitting .278. And slugging .365. And 16 RBIs to his name. Takes first pitch for a strike. One and one, the count. So for Keppel, you've done a really good job so far. Just got to dig deep, get that third out, and get you're hitting back onto the field. 2-1. Billingsley scored 2 of the runs that Fullerton has produced today. Rips that one down the left field line. It's going to be for extra bases. 1 run scored, 2 runs scored. And it's going to be a 2 RBI double for Billingsley. Clears the bases. And the score is now 8-4. Sorry, Mark.
Oh, my fault, Albert. Albert, what a piece of hitting. Ball's thrown on the outside of the plate. What's he do with it?
Takes it opposite field.
You know, I mean, that's exactly what you do. And then give it to the coaches for Fullerton. Hey, guys, let's fly. They've tried to get back in here. We're now up again by 4. And that's what you do as a base hitter. Take what the pitcher gives you.
Vasquez takes a strike, going 1.
We saw Modus do that when Cypress softball played against Golden West College. She went the opposite direction, had an inside the park home run.
Strike 2 just finds a zone.
Solid shortstop for Brad Pickler softball team.
Bit of an understatement, but sure.
Mike Wiley doing a great job over at Golden West College.
That pitch off the plate, 1-2.
He's got a big recruiting class coming in next season for the Gauchos. Oh, the Rustlers. Excuse me. Sean Haylock will look at me and go, Mark, it's the Rustlers, Golden West College.
Little hit down the third baseline, foul, 1-2. We'll try it again. The 1-2 from Keppel, off the plate, 2-2.
Little flag football going on here at Golden West College today, the latest sport on the community college level.
Cypress will have a team next year. Up the left side to short, throw it to first in time. So 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors. We go to the bottom of the 6th. And coming up for the Bobcats, it's going to be Derflinger, Barajas, and Beauchene. Looking up some scores across the 3C 2A today. In the top of the 4th, Glendale trailing Citrus 1-2. Southwestern playing San Diego Mesa at San Diego Mesa. They're up 4-3 in the bottom of the 5th. American River with a 4-0 lead over Cosumnes River. They're in the top of the 6th. Rio Hondo dominating Compton 10-3. They're in the top of the 4th. top of the fifth at Allen Hancock, Ventura trailing by 8, scores 2-10. In the bottom of the fourth, Cerritos with a 6-0 lead over LA Harbor. Santa Rosa 5-1 over Folsom Lake there in the bottom of the fifth. Also in the bottom of the fifth, Moore Park over Oxnard 6-0. Santa Barbara with a 2-1 lead over LA Pierce in the fourth. And in the bottom of the fifth, Pasadena City College with a 5-1 lead over East Los Angeles College. And McNaughton back out on the mound here for the Hornets in the bottom of the sixth. Great Sturflinger with the first pitch ball. Outside, 2-0. So we'll see if the Bobcats can work their way back this inning. They had brought the lead down to 2, but after the top of the sixth, that lead has increased to 4.
So a foul ball that kicks back in, and a Saddleback person ran out there to get it instead of the Fullerton outfielder going over.
Take your time.
Yeah, flipping it off the field. Just interesting on that one.
So 2-1 the count. Ripped up the middle. Base hit. Big turn. Cross first base there for Derflinger. It's going to bring up Barajas.
And Coach Baum is going to head back to the mound.
So we will have a pitching change.
Joel Sanchez, I believe, is coming on the mound. So Joel Sanchez now out of Whittier.
Hey, I know that place.
5'11", 195 pounds.
Sanchez with a 5.14 ERA across 14 innings of work. He's given up 21 hits, 12 runs, 8 of them earned, and has given up 6 walks and struck out 10.
And I know this is where the naysayers will say, come on, old guy, you're a baseball purist, but you think that college baseball ought to be the same amount of innings as college softball? Yes, 7 innings. Play a 7-inning game because by the time this gets done, if you go 9, you're at 4 to 5 hours. So if you go 7, you're probably going to stay with no worse than a 3-hour game. A 7-inning game all the time in college baseball. I'm not talking just community college baseball. For those of you at home that have streaming services and other programs that you buy, I watch a lot of college baseball. I mean, I don't sleep well at night.
It is interesting. I mean, like, you do have the pitch clock, but, what definitely extends the game is, the unlimited disengagements that you can get. Yesterday's game went 3 hours, 19 minutes, and on Tuesday, that game was 4 hours in duration.
You had a fan talking to you. I don't know what about.
Asking the Golden West score.
Oh.
But, of course, I'm doing my thing.
Okay. All right. Oh, I mentioned Golden West, but I mentioned it related to softball.
Yeah. So Sanchez here into the game, facing Jacob Barajas. Takes first pitch for a strike. Barajas 1 for 2 today with a run scored and a walk. Fouls that one off, 0-2. Just got under it. Short lead for Derflinger at first.
And Evan Hollingsworth is warming up in the Saddleback bullpen. Hollingsworth out of Dana Point. So we'll see if he comes in next inning.
Inside, 1-2.
Ethan Harris is down there in the Fullerton bullpen, loosening up.
Sanchez steps off. The 1-2. Struck out to left field. Ranging over and making the catch is Anderson. So one away here in the sixth. So that's going to bring up the right fielder, Jacob Bouchain. 2 for 3 today, 2 runs scored. Looking to get on base for a third time today. Runner goes. And safe at second with a stolen base is Derflinger.
And that's one of the things you always look forward to. Just let the other team start to fall asleep. Do something a little different. Jump them.
So the pitch to Bouchain was a strike. So 0-1 the count. Popped up to outfield. Carrying. And gone off the fence. It goes. And Bouchain will take a trip around the bases. It is a 2-run home run. And that could be just the hit the Bobcats need to really bring themselves back in this game. They now trail by 2, 8-6 our score.
Bouchain now with 7, leads the team in home runs.
It's going to bring up Andres Nilsson. Swings at the first pitch for a strike. Still only one away here in the sixth. Fouled in the dirt, 0-2. Inside, 1-2. Almost came close to hitting Andres Nilsson.
Should have stuck his foot out. It would have been interesting to see how this umpire would have reacted to that.
Nobody up in the bullpen for the Hornets, so they're sticking with Sanchez for the time being. 1-2 pitch outside, 2-2. Two. Fouled, out of play. Evan Hollinsworth up in the bullpen for the Bobcats. Pitch from Sanchez. Struck down the left field line, out of play.
Eight runs, 8 hits for the Hornets. 6 runs, 9 hits for the Bobcats. And 1 big error.
That error, of course, came on the overthrow from Carlson to Gray. That was back in the second inning, and that hits him. So Nilsson hit by the pitch. It's going to bring up Joey Doskasil.
And Coach Baum says, well, you know what? This is how I get my 10,000 steps in, going from the dugout to the mound. Get my little workout like that every day.
Nobody was up in the bullpen, but I guess they already had one guy ready to go, so we will have a pitching change here.
He was stretching over there.
Seventh pitcher of the game here for Fullerton. It's number 28, Enrique Hernandez.
Yeah, we had talked about him warming up. Ed pointed him out to me earlier, so he's been warming up for a while.
Coming into pitch now for Fullerton is 28, Enrique Hernandez.
So this will be the third pitcher that Doskasil has faced. He singled off of Garcia back in the second inning. Singled off of would have been, I think, Aaron Sandin back in the fourth, or maybe I think it was Gallardo who had taken over by then. And then greeted another new pitcher back in the fifth inning with a walk. And Hernandez with an ERA of 3.79 across 19 innings of work. This will be his 17th appearance this season. and has a record of 1-0, so he does have a win to his name.
See, now look down the bullpen. I mean, it's getting thin down there. Relatives came to dinner. They had dessert. They're all going home. If you're a Hornet, better start calling up relatives you haven't talked to for about 5 or 6 years. Mr. Nealon, you are right. Albert did say that. That is the 7th Fullerton College pitcher of today, right, Albert?
8th.
8th now, Corey Nealon. 8.
No, 7. Yeah, 7. Sorry. I can't count.
Albert just corrected himself. That's
It was Garcia, Sandin, Gallardo, King, McNaughton, Sanchez, and now Hernandez.
That's who pitched, not a law firm. So, just so you know. Could be a law firm.
Apparently that was strike 2. Not quite sure where the umpire's eyes were on that one. That looked to be way off the plate. Lowe skips away. And heading over to second is Nilsson on the wild pitch. On the pass ball.
Josh Baker just let that sort of crawl off his glove through the legs. Slowly go to the backstop.
So 1-2 to Doskasil. 2-2. Call strike 3, and Doskaskill can't believe it. And I'm right there with him. He's been perfect at the plate today, and you're going to tell me that he just looked at strike 3? I don't think so.
Hey, wait a minute. Now, I just got told the umpire has looked at 262 pitches, not all strikes. Okay, so, you know, he's like everybody else.
He might need some eye drops, moisten those retinas of his.
That's right. So
it's not hot out, but it doesn't mean it has to be hot to be cold and dry. Strike 2.
well, wait a minute. We have re-entry rules, don't we? We could just go through the 8 that we've had.
I don't think so.
No,
No,
not like softball.
no, not like softball.
Thank goodness.
Off the plate, 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So 2 runs on 2 hits. No errors, we go to the top of the 7th. Our score 8-6 in favor of the visiting Hornets of Fullerton College. Coming up to bat for the Hornets is going to be Baker, Rodriguez, and Anderson.
And if you're concerned that Fullerton won't have enough pitchers, I went through the roster. I got about 18
There's
listed,
there's
right?
still a few of them I haven't checked off yet.
So,
Meanwhile, we're on pitcher number 3 for Saddleback,
Yep.
as Evan Hollinsworth has entered the game.
Leading off the 7th for the Hornets, 12, Josh Baker.
So here we are about to get things going here in the top of the 7th. Hornets lead 8-6. Leading off is the catcher Josh Baker. And he gets promptly greeted by a ball straight to his shin off the newly into the game Evan Hollinsworth.
The Hornets 7, Noah Rodriguez.
So here's Rodriguez.
And, of course, Jake Porter is now warming up for Saddleback. So Porter's in the bullpen in the gold blouses, white slacks, red caps.
In the dirt, Barajas keeps it from skipping away. 1-0. And we got a pitch runner at first. It's number 13, Nate Pone. Outside, 3-0. Hollinsworth yet to throw a strike. And I think that might have hit Rodriguez as well, but either way, that's ball 4. So back-to-back walks issued here by Evan Hollinsworth.
And it looks like we're going to get a conversation. No, we're going to get a change. So immediately, so we'll see if that's Porter that's coming out, who I saw warming up earlier. Jake Porter. See if that's Jake stepping on the mound. So not even a third of an inning, Albert.
Nope.
So I think Jake is now out there. There he is, Jake Porter.
Jake Porter with a 4.40 ERA across 14.1 innings of work. You know, 4.40 is good for running a 40, but maybe not so much for an ERA.
What was it for runner to 40?
4.40?
Oh, 440?
Yeah, that's his ERA, 4.40.
Okay. Yeah, it'd take Corey about 4 minutes and 40 seconds to run a 40. I wouldn't even attempt it. So I'd pull a hammy. Okay, so there's nobody warming up in the bullpen for the Hornets right now. They're all just wandering around talking. Nobody over there in Saddleback. We're sitting in the 7th inning, waiting for Jake Porter. Albert Robles is tripping, falling, stumbling and bumbling.
Yeah, there's somebody out there doing some stretches, getting loose.
Doesn't mean he's a pitcher.
Coming into pitch now for the Bobcats 18, Jake Porter.
What do you want to play? I pitch. Okay.
So here's Jake Porter having to deal with the 2 runners that Hollinsworth so graciously walked for him. Does that sound sarcastic? Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. It's going to bring up Anderson. First pitch in for a strike. Equally one of the more questionable calls made at home plate today. Outside, 1-2, 1-1.
Fouled away. Wow. Okay.
1-2 to Anderson. Anderson's been on base in his first 2 plate appearances. Struck out once and grounded out to second. Off the glove of Barajas, skips away. Runners will advance. 2-2.
Nice little. What are you going to call that, Albert? Wild pitch?
Way wild pitch.
Okay. All right.
I know that was to Barajas' glove side, but he had to really kind of reach out to even try to catch it.
Infield in.
Ripped
Deep
out to
fly
right
ball.
field. Deep fly ball. That's gone. And Mark, that cleared the outfield net. It did not come back at all.
Wow. Wow.
So big time home run for the Hornets. Puts up another 3 runs on the board. And there are still nobody out here in the top of the 7th. It's now 11-6. Hornets with a 5-run lead. So Jake Porter comes into the game, gets 2 strikes against Anderson, gets even the count with 2-2, and then Anderson promptly deposits one into the golf course in the outfield.
That's why Anderson, coming into the game today, leads Fullerton in RBIs. He had 39. Tack on a few more right now.
And it should be almost poetic that Anderson, at least for the time being, looks to have put in a dagger here in the hearts of the Bobcats with that big-time home run. But he drilled in the game winner yesterday by driving in Nate Pone to score the winning run in yesterday's game. And of course, Hornets won that one 8-7. One and two, the count. Two and two. Porter sets, delivers outside, 3-2. Ball 4 to Larson.
So Gabe Fender is now warming up for Saddleback in the bullpen.
And here is Luke Viola. You know, Mark, I might need to get my eyes checked, but I'm pretty sure I just saw the ball that Anderson hit just land.
Sort of like the natural.
Yeah. And that hits him.
I thought maybe there was a pitcher that just walked in here from one of the.
That's the 10th walk issued by the Bobcats. And I believe the third hit batsman, or at least a third Hornet that's been hit today.
So are we getting close to being like 14 pitchers between the two teams? Got at least an easy baker's dozen,
We're
right?
at 11 right now.
You guys are probably booked for Friday for softball playoffs already? Cyprus?
Outside 1 and 2. Grounded back, foul.
Right now, we're 8, Fullerton's 9, so they're going to need a phone call because they can't play Philly. Baseball. We had to win 2 out of 3 to get home.
The 1-2 from Porter. Call strike 3.
Are you doing Cyprus baseball and softball?
So Schmidt strikes out for the 3rd time today. And that is the first out this inning.
Now batting 26, Jake Starr.
So here's Jake Starr getting his second plate appearance here today, coming in for Polanco. Curveball high, ball 1.
So, and again, Albert, this is where that whole argument will come up about run rules and everything else in the game of baseball.
Runners take off. And they're going to be in safe. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, I was going to say this is where we start talking run rule when it comes to the game of baseball. Softball, if you got to this point and you end up getting that 8-run lead, game's over. You know, and I don't know why baseball won't adapt that rule too.
Because. Grounder to short. Leaping catch by Hayden Carlson. Throw to first in time. The runner from third comes in to score.
Now batting 19, Hunter Billings.
That was Jake Larson. And Viola advances to third on the play. So here's Hunter Billingsley. One and one. Hit out to left field. Lands fair. Extra bases for Billingsley. And he's in with a stand-up double.
So I've got him having back-to-back doubles, don't you?
Indeed I do.
Now batting 23, Diego.
Scoring on the doubles, Luke Viola. And here is Diego Vasquez.
So Billingsley 3 for 5 today. Oh, let me see. 3 for 4.
Hit out to center, ranging and making the catch is James Derflinger. And that is the third and final out here in the 7th. And my scorebook is saved.
Didn't need to roll over, did you?
Yeah.
13-6.
So 5 runs on 2 hits. No errors. After 6.5, 13-6 our score in favor of Fullerton. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Sorry, 7th. Feels like it's the 8th. Coming up for the Bobcats is going to be Austin Palmaris, Hayden Carlson, and Dmitry Sisitko. Enrique Hernandez still out on the mound for Fullerton here in the 7th.
And Gabriel Fender is now warming up again for the Bobcats in the bullpen.
Oh, he'd be pitcher number 12.
There we go.
I did 2 minutes, but you never
13 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Hornets. 6 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for your Bobcats here on SportsNetUSA.net. Ed Ford, Albert Robles, the old guy, discussing things.
Leading it off for the Bobcats, number 20, Austin Palmaris.
They cut back 7 right now. They still got the same guy? Or they got a pitcher number 8? Same guy. They did get a pinch runner, though. I think he's behind the plate.
So Nate Pone has taken over at catcher behind the plate for Josh Baker. Pone had pinch run for Baker in the 7th. And he'll stay in as a defensive replacement here. Bunt is going to go off the catcher. Foul.
Pone's going to say, thanks, Coach.
Umpire's going to give Pone the time to walk around a bit, get some air. Looked to me like he took that pitch off an area you don't want to take a pitch.
So the ump's being kind enough to clean the plate.
Two and one. Three and one to Palmaris. And that hits him.
Batting for the Cats, 15, Hayden Carlson.
Second hitter hit by a pitch today, thrown by a Fullerton College pitcher.
I was literally just counting that. Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
So that's going to bring up the shortstop, Hayden Carlson. Takes a big swing and a miss there. Strike one. Skips away. Runner's going to take off. Umpire calling for time. I guess because it technically skipped out of play. I'm guessing there's like that one section of the dugout is technically out of play.
The black is. Coach Baum comes back out. Looking in the Hornet bullpen, seeing if there's anybody. And let's see if that's a pitcher. Mason Smith is warming up now for the Hornets. So he just grabbed his glove, started throwing.
Palmares short lead off of second, 1-1 to Carlson. Next pitch out inside for a ball.
So now they've got a couple people down there warming up for the Hornets.
Grounder up the left side. Diving stop made by Diego Vasquez. Keeps the runner at second. No throw to first.
Pitch hitting now for the Cats, 7, Jack Borges.
So Jack Borges now comes up as a pinch hitter.
Borges hitting for Dmitry Sisitko, who's had an uncharacteristically bad day at the plate. Fouled back, 0-1. Hit out to center, making the catch is Noah Rodriguez. So Borges flies out to center. So one away here in the bottom of the seventh. It's going to bring up James Derflinger. Derflinger fouls that one out of play.
Derflinger's got one of the few stolen bases in tonight's game. You would think there would be more with almost 20 runs on the board.
The 1-1. In the dirt, 2-1. Two and two.
Nice pitch. Albert, he brought it inside on his hands, couldn't get the hands through, which is really what you like to do on a batter. Jam them with that pitch that comes right over the top of the wrist.
Outside, skips away. Runners will advance. And the count is full to Derflinger.
Nice little wild pitch there. You know, looking at what's going on, and again, now Saddleback has a chance.
And Derflinger works the walk, and the bases are loaded. So Derflinger on first, Carlson on second, and Paul Maris at third. And only one out here in the bottom of the seventh. That's going to bring up Rodrigo Barajas Jr.
And Coach Baum says, oh, well, you know, I haven't been exercising enough. I need to walk out there again. It looks like they've got an athletic trainer coming to the mound.
Enriquez grabbing his right shoulder.
So we get a little lull going on here.
So Enriquez is going to exit the game with an injury. And with such, Fullerton will have as much time as they need to get their new pitcher warmed up and ready to go.
And that'll be Caleb
Nakano
coming in.
Nakano comes in with an ERA of 9 over 5 appearances and 3 innings of work. He's given up 5 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned. Walked 1 and struck out 3.
So Saddleback sitting here in the bottom of the 7th. If they can get something going, they're down 13-6. Couple more pitchers warming up for the Hornets down in the bullpen. Gee, I wonder what the community college record is for pitchers in a game.
That's a good question, and it might hurt my brain and my heart to figure that out.
Corey Nalen, if you're still around now, see if you can find that obscure record, the amount of pitchers in one game on the community college level. We might be coming close. You know? Well, that's why I mean we might be coming close. We've got 2 more innings. That means there's 14 more pitchers besides the ones that are coming in now. Get ever.
Check of the scoreboard. There's a final now. Orange Coast came back to be.
And it really depends, Mark, in terms of like if it's, most pitchers in a 9-game inning, or if you want to factor in those that go into extras, because, there's a lot of pitchers using those. And as you know, as well as I do, I'm sure there's plenty of extra inning games in JUCO.
Oh, yeah.
So here is Rod Barajas Jr. Comes up with the bases loaded. Officially 1 for 3 today with a single and a run scored. In the dirt, 1-0. If you're Barajas, you really want a good one to hit, but at the same time, with the new pitcher in and the pressure on, want to make him pitch to you. In the zone for a strike. Up the left side, in for a base hit. Rounding the bases. 2 runs will score. Barajas had a big turn at first, was looking towards second, but he will think otherwise. So 2 runs come in. So Carlson and Palmaris score. Derflinger will go to third. And Barajas in at first with a 2 RBI single. And the lead has been cut to 5. So runners on first and second. Here is Jacob Beauchene. Takes the first pitch for a ball.
Mason Smith now down in the bullpen warming up for the Hornets. So Smith getting ready to see if he can come in. That is Gabriel Fender down there.
Outside, 2-0.
Is he one of the Fenders? Oh, okay. Because, that's Fullerton. That's Fullerton territory. Oh, he's the Kansas City Fender. Okay.
Ripped out to left field. Over the glove and over the wall. That's a ground rule double. So in to score will be Derflinger, and Barajas will be at third on the ground rule double, only allowed the 2 bases. So 13-9 now our score. And here is Andres Nilsson. We have another meeting on the mound here by Fullerton.
So Bouchane, single home run double in his last 4 at bats. Pretty impressive, Albert. I mean, the kid can smoke a baseball.
So new pitcher on the mound for Fullerton.
Mason Smith. Is that Mason that came out here?
Yes.
Now I got officially told, Albert, 9 pitchers now for the Hornets.
Yep.
And Manny Lopez is now warming up for the Hornets. Okay, here's the new record we're setting. There's going to be more relief pitchers than fans at the entire game. 112 relief pitchers. Yeah. Ed Ford, we're going to get Ed Ford over there in a second. You still have eligibility, right, Ed? There you go. Corey, get in the car. We could use you. There you go. Go down below. Ryan Osborne, I know you tried out for the team. Here's your opportunity.
So current duration that I heard, Mark, 3 hours and 20 minutes.
23.
23 minutes. Close enough.
Bottom of the 7th.
And, right now, Fullerton 10-10 in the OEC, Saddleback at 9-11. If Saddleback were to win this game, I don't think it really affects the rankings, or at least the standings all that much in the OEC. And Saddleback is assuming a hit by pitch here. We're going to get a meeting of the minds on the infield.
A meeting of what?
Meeting of the minds,
Oh.
if you can call it that. As far as we know, 2 out of the 3 have brains. That was a bit much. I apologize.
Did you guys get a replay?
I mean, it looked to me like it definitely did skip off the foot of Nilsson.
So that means Nielsen was hit back-to-back innings.
Yep. In for a strike. Bases loaded, 1 out. The pitch. Outside, 1-1. Doskasil takes it low, 2-1. Hit down the right field line, foul. So 2-2 the count. And strike 3, the call. Down goes Nilsson. Sorry, Doskasol.
Batting for the Cats, 5, Matthew Deutsch.
So
So
pinch
2
hitter.
away.
Matthew Deutsch is now coming up, Albert. Out of Valley Christian.
Off the plate, 1-0. Two and 0. Base is still loaded. Bobcats could really benefit from a hit here. In for a strike. Three and 1. Mason Smith close to escaping this inning here for the Hornets. And he hits him. So Deutsch hit by the pitch. Barajas will come in to score. Beauchene goes to third and Nilsson off to second.
$13 to 10 here on SportsNetUSA.net.
So here is Palmaris. Led things off here in the 7th. And the Bobcats have batted around. In for a strike. Fouled back, 0-2.
And Albert, I don't know if you heard that from to my left. We're now over 330 pitches in the game.
That is so many pitches. Off the plate, 1-2. In the dirt, Pone keeps it from skipping away. Runners will stay put, 2-2. Full count.
Runners will be moving. See where everybody goes in this horse race.
Taken off on contact. In the dirt.
He said he
Swung.
offered. That was a horrible call. Do you have that, Albert? Because I mean, he called him
Let's see if I
offering
have it
on
here.
it for strike 3. And we're looking to see if we've got it on a replay.
I might have just missed it.
Junior's going in to play first. Bird's catching. Are you sure? Yeah. Where's Deutsch going in to catch? Oh, wait. I forgot. Never mind. Probably just Deutsch. I'll see you next week. All right. Well, try to be here for another hour.
We go to the top of the 8th.
That was at least like a 30 plus for that week. Bouchane's going to the left. Borges is going to the right. Question on who is going to be the catcher. Is it going to be Burton?
So we are averaging 30 minutes an inning right now in
that
this
hurts.
game.
Fender on the hill? Yes.
We're at 210 minutes for the game. We're in 7 innings. That's 30 minutes an inning.
Fun. So Jake Porter will be back out on the mound here in the 8th inning.
We have a bunch of defensive substitutions for the Cats. Matthew Deutsch takes over at catcher. Junior Barajas moves to first base. Jack Borges takes over in right. Jacob Bouchane moves over to left. Taking over on the mound for the Cats, Tim Gabriel Fender.
So Deutsch will stay in the game. He'll take over for Barajas. Barajas moves over to first base.
Bouchane moves to left.
Leading off the 8th inning now for Fullerton is number 13, Nate Cumming.
Sorry, it's actually Fender in now for Porter. Borges in at right field with the out.
One is 7, Noah Rodriguez.
Yeah, so Fender in for Porter. Deutsch moves to catcher. Bouchane moves to left field. Barajas to first. And Borges takes over in right after pinch hitting for Sasidko.
We've had 36 players in the game.
And I just heard that we've had over 36 players in this game.
20 for Fullerton, 16%.
In for a strike, 1-1. Two and 1. Strike 2. Called strike 3.
Batting for the Hornets, 27, Dylan Anderson.
So here comes Dylan Anderson. Hit the big-time home run in the previous inning. It's a 3-run shot. Swings and misses for strike one. One and one. Two and one.
You know, it looks like Albert, somebody looked at Gabriel and said, dude, just throw it as hard as you can and just throw a fastball.
What's the worst he could do? 2 and 2.
Get hit,
Yeah.
give up a run.
No, I was saying, like, what's the worst that Anderson could do?
It's true. Turn on it.
Swings and a miss. Strike three. So down go the Hornets in order in the 8th. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Coming up are Carlson, Borges, and Derflinger.
And they will face Manny Lopez for the Hornets. Out of Brea High School, Brea Linda. Manny comes out of.
10th pitcher for Fullerton here today. Look at my scorebook. I'm all out of pitching space. I'm like just scribbling it in at the bottom of the lines and the margins. I feel like I should just toss it back because, oh, who cares at this point? Manny Lopez comes in with an ERA of 2.36 across 34 and a third innings of work. Record of 5-1 across 18 appearances. Started one game. And has issued 27 hits, 17 runs, 9 of them earned. Walked 14 and struck out 35.
Leading off the bottom of the 8th for the Cats, 15, Aiden Carlson.
3 walks. Got hit by a pitch. He's 1 for 1 with 3 walks.
No saves to Manny Lopez's record. Wasn't on my stat sheet for some reason.
What, Manny?
No. Like this, like saves wasn't on my stat sheet. Two and one. Three and one. Swing and a miss. Full count.
So now Fullerton has now thrown 180 pitches in this game.
Ball 4. And Carlson works the leadoff walk.
Batting for Saddleback, 7, Jack Borges.
It's going to bring up number 7, Jack Borges. Pinch hit for Dmitry Sisitko back in the 7th inning. Fly it out to center field. Getting the favorable righty-lefty matchup. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Just catches the outside corner of the plate, 0-2. Way inside, 1-2, almost grazed Borges. Runner takes off, fouled out of play. Lopez. Throw to first, not in time. The 1-2 pitch. Ripped down the right field line. Foul.
Saddleback still in this game with all these different pitchers, with all the amount of pitches. It is only a 3-run game here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, it almost looked as if it was really over before things got going. I mean, Fullerton kicked things off with a 6-run lead within the first 3 innings. It was a shutout, and then eventually the Bobcats got on the board. Runner takes off, singled up the right side. Second baseman was running to second to cover the bag, and it's hit to his left. That's going to be a nice little catch you off guard base hit from Jack Borges.
You know, Albert, if we go back about 12 days ago and talk about this, well, that's what it feels like right now. We talked about you need to change things up, You know, you need to, not every day should it be consistently the same thing when you're playing against an opponent. Run a while, play run and hit, send the runners.
That's exactly what they did, and it paid off. You got runners on the corners and no out. First pitch to Derflinger inside for a ball. And I was just about to say, Jack Borges had no stolen bases to his name and had been caught stealing once, make that twice on the season. Swing and a miss from Derflinger, 1-2. So runner on third in the form of Carlson. after Borges was gunned down by Nate Pone, trying to swipe second. Pitch from Lopez off the plate. 2-2.
Yeah, Pone, one of the usual starters behind the plate for Fullerton.
Curveball fouled back. Count will stay 2-2. Struck out to center field. Throw home. Not in time. So a sac fly for Derflinger. Carlson will come in to score. It's going to bring up Rod Barajas Jr. So 13-11 our score. Bobcats now trailing by 2. They've really performed a miracle to really decrease the deficit that they found themselves in early on in this game. It was 6-0, then it was 6-4, then it was 8-4, and then a whole lot more thereafter. Grounder on the right side, throw to first in time. So 1 run on no hits, no errors. After 8, 13-11 in favor of the Hornets. We go to the top of the 9th. Coming up to bat are Larson, Viola, and Schmidt.
Of course, when you look at things around the OEC right now, Tiller of Cyprus coming into the game the other day led the OEC in home runs with 17 home runs. A familiar name to us, Albert Robles. Mr. Rolbecki from Cyprus has 14. Used to be able to hit the snot out of the baseball over there. Martinez of Golden West with 12. And Robinson with 7 from Cyprus. So between the guys over there, you've got 3 of them. You got 38 home runs. They follow each other up when you look at them. Derflinger leads the OEC in stolen bases. Pone is second with 22. And when you look once again, dominant teams are going on. So a few of the other categories around the OEC.
Fouled back, 0-1.
As long as that isn't doing something like that with a sportsnetusa.net camera, we're okay.
Just catches the outside, 0-2.
A lot of heat by Fender.
One and two. Out to left field. Raging to his left and bringing it in. I forgot who took over and left.
For who?
Well, because Borges isn't right. I believe it was.
That's right. Bouchane went to left field.
That's right.
Okay.
I just forgot to mark it down in my book. So I'm like, wait, who's out there?
And then Deutsch is behind the plate.
Yep. Grounder up the middle. Fielding it and throwing to first is Carlson. 2 away.
Now batting pinch hitting for the Hornets, 17, Justin Cabana.
So Justin Cabana is going to pinch hit for Trevor Schmidt.
And a Braille into high school.
Takes the first pitch outside for a ball. And grounded to the right side. Taking it himself is Barajas. So last ups, we go to the bottom of the ninth. Coming up, it's Beauchene, Nilsson, and Doskasil. And we'll see if Saddleback can pull off the comeback. So Manny Lopez back out on the mound for the ninth.
So what we have to do, Albert, is we need 23 pitches here in the bottom of the ninth, and we'll hit 400 for the game.
Too many. I just heard we had 395 pitches made in Tuesday's game.
I'd say that's a lot of tired arms, but so Manny Lopez.
Ironically,
on the mound.
only 8 pitchers used in Tuesday's game total between both teams. Because it was Castro, McNaughton, Lopez, and Hernandez for Fullerton. And it was Gellison, Second, Padova, and Porter for Saddleback pitching on Tuesday.
What did? Yeah, there we go, out there.
Foul back. Way out of play. 1-1. Grounder up the left side. The throw to first. In time. Great play there by Vasquez.
I saw him start to wind up, and I thought, oh, please, please.
So score that 6-3 on the putout. Here's Andres Nilsson. First pitch low for a ball.
You know what? I'd give it to a kid that didn't pitch.
The 1-0 from Lopez. Swung on. Fouled out of play.
So Fullerton's got 3 pitchers warming up in the bullpen.
Oh, my Lord.
Landon Pulsifier is down there. So he's warming up. Landon's warming up.
And Nilsson gets hit by the pitch.
That's 3 times in a row.
So it's going to bring up Joey Doskasil.
He's had enough. They're taking him out for a pinch runner.
And Bryson Hoyer's going to come in and run, pinch run for him. 3 consecutive times he was hit by a pitch. 6th, 7th, and 9th.
So Hoyer now leading off in first, pitch running for Nilsson. First pitch for Doskasil, in for a ball. In for a strike. Ball 2.
Now, Albert, watch his front leg. He didn't do it last time. He did it the time before. So
Ball 3.
He'll flex the leg, Albert. So his front leg, he'll flex it. He'll flex it like he's making a motion. That's got to be consistent. If it's not, therefore it would be a balk.
Runner takes off. Ball 4. 2 on, 1 out. Here comes Matthew Deutsch.
That's 201 pitches for the Hornets. 206, sorry. 206 for the Hornets. We're at
Deutsch had a bases loaded walk in the 7th inning.
388 total.
We'll see if Deutsch can produce more than just a walk here in the 9th.
So Corey Nealon, I know you're watching at home because you're just finding so many baseball records that are being broken right now. We're on the verge of having 400. We just need 12 more pitches in this game. There's 1 out. 12. That's it. 12.
So here we go. Matthew Deutsch will face off against Manny Lopez. And we're going to get a pinch runner.
Jake Tyler now comes in. Jake Tyler out of Mission Viejo High School over at first.
Tyler will run for Doskasil.
pinch runner for the Cats at first base, Jake Tyler.
So Deutsch takes first pitch for a strike, 0-1. Hit out to center field. It's going to drop for a base hit. Coming and charging in on the play was Noah Rodriguez. Not fast enough, though, as it falls in for a base hit. So bases are loaded. Unable to score, though, was Hoyer. Kind of had to hold up a little bit past second base to make sure the ball dropped. Otherwise, he would have been flying around. But here's Austin Palmares. In for a strike. So it's Hoyer, Tyler, and Deutsch on third, second, and first, respectively. Palmares up to bat. Takes that one low. Lopez in danger, the 1-1. Ripped up the middle, base hit. 1 run scores. Second run in, tie game. So Hoyer scores, as does Tyler. Deutsch moves up to second, couldn't advance any further. Still 1 away. And here's Hayden Carlson in a position here to walk things off. Fullerton did it to them yesterday. Can Saddleback get the payback? Swings at the first for a strike. The 0-1 from Lopez. Ball. It's tied. There you go. So right now, if the Bobcats can pull it off, Fender would be the pitcher of record for the Bobcats. In for a strike, 1-2. Down the first base line, foul. It's a good job there by Carlson to protect the plate. The 1-2 to Carlson. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. So it comes down to this. Here's Jack Borges. Flew out to center in his first at-bat. Popped up, calling for it, and making the play as he falls to the ground is Diego Vasquez. And that ends the inning, but not the game. We go to the top of the 10th.
I don't want to be pointing any fingers at anybody.
I know I didn't say anything.
Oh, we'll go back to that replay.
Like the ending on the scoreboard. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. I think you just have to go back to the first. So, Tyler's going in at third. Yeah. Hoyer. QB DH. What number is Padova? 16.
Well, Albert, this is one of the craziest games we've been around on the community college level. I mean, the amount of pitches that we've seen here, the amount of pitchers that we've seen here. Game that we didn't think would end up at a tie, to say the least.
I would agree with you.
So if we can just make it through the traffic hour, at least they have lights for us to take down equipment. You guys wake me up, because when I crawl underneath the bleachers for a cable, if I slip, I'm just going to lay down and fall asleep for a while. I hear rocks keep you warm at night, so I'll be okay.
What's our pitch count? At least over 400 passenger. They've got 182. They've got 217. So we're at 399 coming into the 10th inning.
So we're at 399 pitches coming into the 10th inning here, Mark.
In 4 hours and 10 minutes.
Batting for the Hornets, 26, Jake Starr.
Okay.
So it'll be Starr, Billingsley, and Vasquez.
Pitch number 400 is a strike. Never looked at a better pitch. Never touched pitch yet. Best looking pitch of the day.
And here's Andrew Padova on the mound.
We got a guy there.
Fly ball into right field, and making the running catch with the sun in his eyes is Borges. One away.
Batting for the Hornets, 1900, Billingsley.
So Billingsley, who's had back-to-back doubles. See what he can find here in the 10th.
Swing and a miss, 1-1.
Andrew Padova is now pitching.
Sixth pitcher of the day for Saddleback. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Popped up, out of play. Off the plate, 2-2. Sun shining brightly now, probably the most sun we've seen most of this game. Strike 3. So 2 down here in the 10th.
Batting for the Hornets, 23, Diego Vasquez.
It's going to bring up Diego Vasquez. First pitch in for a strike.
What a nice little bender right there.
Way off the plate, 1-1. Two and one.
When did they get here?
Strike 2. Big time hit out to left field. Ranging it and tracking it down easily is Jacob Beauchene. To record the third and final out in the 10th. So we go to the bottom of the 10th. And it's going to be Derflinger, Barajas, and Beauchene to kick things off.
Taking on them will be Landon Pulsiver.
11th,
Oh, it's 18? Oh.
11th pitcher of the game for the Hornets.
Peyton Lee is coming in.
For Fullerton, 18, Peyton Lee.
You know, Albert, on that last fly ball, the way he decided to take the route to catch it.
Little odd route.
Yeah,
Got the job done.
Yeah, he did. I mean, when he took the route, I thought, did he lose it? Well, over 400 pitches in this game, over 4 hours in this game. Over 4,000 adjectives used, well, up in the booth at least.
Some more audible than others.
That's right, a couple adverbs. You know. 411 pitches. Don't forget next week, Cypress softball on SportsNetUSA.net. Santa Ana College baseball on SportsNetUSA.net. Albert Robles, Ed Ford, Corey Nalen sitting at home just with a big grin on his face, telling Gabby, Boy, am I glad we didn't go out to do that one.
Bottom of the 10th now for Saddleback 3, James Durfee.
And the thing is, he already knows what it's like to do this length of game because he did it with me last year. And he's like, oh, kind of worked out that Mark gets to endure. So Peyton Lee on the mound, an ERA of 8.38 across 9 2/3 innings of work. Greets Durflinger with a strike.
Fullerton defense, so when you look at him outfield straight away, maybe took a couple steps back to let the ball bounce in front of him instead of getting behind him.
Yeah, no doubles defense by the outfield right now.
Nobody hugging the line, though, in the infield.
This guy's walked 19 batters in 9 2/3 innings.
Lee has walked 19 batters in his 9 2/3 innings of work to go along with that inflated ERA. And throws behind the batter, and it might have grazed him.
Well, you know, if somebody did think I was sleeping, that just woke me up. It was like, you know.
Hard to tell from our angle. It looks like it hit him because he kind of turns into it. But it does miss him, 2-1. And now 3-1.
So they're warming up 3 in the bullpen for the Hornets right now.
Ball 4.
Okay, Albert, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Make you the manager. Let's assume that the batter knows how to bunt.
It's Barajas, so you want to bunt with Barajas?
Ed Ford says no.
I mean, and Ed just made a good point. Lee has, walked like 18, 19 batters in his 9 innings of work. If you can't find the zone, is it even going to be there for you to bunt it? Yeah, so with the way Lee is pitching, if he does happen to find the zone, could make a mistake. And Barajas definitely the type of player who can really make you regret it. Lee to Barajas. Low, ball 1. In for a strike.
Down the middle, little heat.
Dancing off of first is Durflinger. Barajas offers to that one, fouls it. Almost into the campus road. 1-2. Up the middle, drops for a base hit. Durflinger will hold up at second. Thought about turning on it. But now we got runners on first and second. So here's Jacob Bouchane.
Bouchane had a single, a home run, and a double in this game. He's been the stir, the straw, the advancer.
Outside, 1-0. A base hit could win it. Outside, 2-0.
This could be our 7th time that the bases loaded. I think it's the 7th time we got the bases loaded.
Lee has a sign. Will it be the pitch that Beauchene wants? And we get time before the pitch is called. We get a pitch clock violation, so it's going to be a 3-0 count for Jacob Beauchene. In for a strike. Popped up to the right side. Ranging for it and bringing it in is the right fielder, Jake Starr. And runners hold up. So one away with 2 on here in the bottom of the 10th. It's going to bring up Bryson Hoyer. Took over for Andres Nilsson in the bottom of the 9th. Nilsson was hit by the pitch, and Hoyer would come around to score after running for him. In for a strike. Hoyer fouls that one off. 0-2 the count. Bryson Hoyer batting .220 on the season with a slugging percentage of .415. With an on-base percentage of .373. The 1-2 to Hoyer. Take it in for a ball, 2-2. Ball 3. So Hoyer works the count full. And Lee's in danger of loading the bases. It'd be at least the 3rd time that the Bobcats have loaded the bases in this game, but it'd have to happen first. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So here's Jake Tyler. Pinch ran for Joey Doskasil in the 9th inning. And would come around to score as well. He would be the tying run of this game. Fouls that one back. The 0-1. Drilled up the middle. Falls for. It's an out. The second base umpire rules it out. Jake Starr comes up big with a diving catch, according to the third base umpire. It looked like he trapped it. So head coach for the Bobcats is going to have a word. So it looks like we have an ejection as well. But we're going to the top of the 11th for some more bonus baseball. Back out on the mound is Andrew Padova. So coming up to bat in this inning, if I can even figure it out here. Oh, let's see. I'm all over the place here, people. It's been a heck of a game. So it's going to be Pone, Rodriguez, and Anderson.
Let's go to the video. So obviously dropped that ball. So bad.
Batting for the Hornets now in the top of the 11th, Nate Pony.
So it's Pony, Rodriguez, and Anderson. Padova on the mound. In for a strike. Strike two. 1-2 the count. to Nate Pony. Grounder up the left side, just foul. The 1-2 pitch. Hit up the left side. And Hayden Carlson can't handle it. It's going to be an error on Carlson. And the leadoff hitter is on board. Runner takes off. In time. He's out. So Matthew Deutsch with a laser to throw out his opposing catcher, Nate Pone. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Strike two. Call strike three. Down goes Rodriguez. Two-way here in the top of the 11th. First pitch offered at for a strike. Dylan Anderson in an early 0-1 hole. Ball one.
Well, Albert, I drove back to Anaheim, turned around and came back. You're still here. Is that Sunday?
I'm surprised traffic was still that clear. Ripped up the right side. Barajas to Padova. Hornets go 1, 2, 3 in the 11th. We go to the bottom of the 11th. And can Saddleback put us out of our misery?
Well, it's nice to know that the people that are watching the game with us are realizing that there's other things in life. I'm wondering if Ed's driving home too, like I was going to. "13 runs, 10 hits for the Hornets. 13 runs, 17 hits for Saddleback."
So Peyton Lee still on the mound for Fullerton.
For those of you curious about the scoreboard, the first inning is now the 11th inning.
And, it's funny. Albert, he's talking about the scoreboard in his. I'm not. You could look down there and go, why is Mark not keeping score? I ran a room.
I ran out of room too. I don't. And the thing is, I recall looking for a scorebook that has more than 9 innings.
I do have an older one at home like that, yes.
They're hard to find for some reason. I can't find them. I know there are ways to do extra innings on these books because this particular book, it has room for 17 players in the batting order. So there is a way to kind of go down, but I'd rather not do that. But, here we are, bottom of the 11th. And it's going to be Deutsch, Palmaris, and Carlson to lead things off here in the bottom of the 11th. Strike one. 1-1 the count to Matthew Deutsch. Grounder up the left side. Vasquez has it. Throw it to first. And dug out for the out at first base is Billingsley. One away.
Nice little dig over there at first base. Really goes down and grabs it and yanks it out of the dirt, which is what you need to do as a first base person. I was almost going to make a Ed Ford peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I didn't. I should have.
Grounder fair. Past the third baseman, Luke Viola. Rounding first and headed to second is going to be Deutsch. Sorry, that's Palmaris.
And it's the old adage, Albert, when you're playing the game, that Luke over at third, Viola, is he let the ball play him.
Yeah, it looks like, okay, he should have stayed on the inner part of the bag, in fair territory, and let it roll out. Instead, he goes into foul territory, and it stays fair, and he doesn't touch it at all.
And did you notice how he turned his body a little to side saddle it? We talk about softball. What do? Stay in front of the ball. Mm-hmm. Knock it down.
Off the plate, 1-0. So Palmaris finds himself at second base on the error by Viola. Outfield playing in about middle way. Viola a little in at third base. Middle infielders playing deep. Grounder to short. Throw to first. Safe at first. Ball is dropped by Billingsley.
Well, from my view, I think I was going to call him safe anyway.
That's going to be an E6. Massively overthrown Billingsley. Had he thrown it on the money, I don't know if Carlson runs that out. So here's Jake Borges. Takes it for a strike.
Now, here's where I get daring as a manager. I've got speed on second and everything else. I don't want a double play. Either I'm going to put my runners in motion, and if they gun me out at third base, shame on me.
You already have 2 errors committed by your opponent's infield. challenge him to make a throw. Grounder down the first base line, foul.
And I'm still like Corey Nealon said earlier, because Corey and I both mentioned bunt when it was around the ninth inning. Like Corey said, I don't care if you're batting 454. You move the runners.
The 0-2 in the dirt, skips away, runners hold. 1-2 the count to Jake Borges.
454 pitches now in the game.
Oh, man. Fouled out of play. Borges staying alive. Off the plate, 2-2. Up the middle, base hit. Rounding third and holding is Austin Palmaris. And it's a good job because I think that throw would have gunned him down at the plate. Bases are loaded.
It's one of those times, Albert, that you say, I hit the ball too well.
Just a few more feet to the left. Ball would have ran a little bit. You would have had a little bit more time.
Yeah.
But here we go, James Derflinger. Bases loaded. Derflinger 1 for 4 today with an RBI and a strike, and that's going to be the game winner. Derflinger walks it off. And that is the ball game. Final score in 11 innings, 14-3. Saddleback walks it off. And Mark, what do we got coming up next?
Got a little softball next week here on SportsNetUSA.net. We're going to have Cypress. The regionals are going to start. We'll see those. And also Santa Ana baseball. Noah Alvarez calling that all next week here on SportsNetUSA.net.
And that's going to do it for us. I'm Albert Robles. That's Mark Pavlovich for Ed Ford and everyone else watching. You've been watching Saddleback Baseball right here on SportsNetUSA.net.